je ta prazna stolica?
Otprilike tako.
Good morning and welcome to the Regional Conference on Early Childhood Development and Parenting, ensuring the best start in life for children, the power of parenting. My name is Jelena Zajganović-Jakovljević, mother, medical doctor, and I work for UNICEF Serbia.
Dobar dan svima I dobrodošli.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Regional Conference on Early Childhood Development and Parenting, titled Ensuring the Best Start in Life for Children, the Power of Parenting. My name is Misha Stojeljković, a dad, a journalist, a psychologist, and a long-standing collaborator of UNICEF.
For organizers of this conference, we will guide you through the inspiring agenda of the conference over the next 2 days.
Zvanični jezici konferencije kao što ste rekli.
The working languages of the conference are Serbian and English. And if you need a headset for simultaneous interpretation, please take one. The conference will be streamed live in English and Serbian on the UNICEF Serbia YouTube channel, which is available through the UNICEF webpage. In the conference room, we will also have interpretation into Russian as well as into the Serbian Sign Language. Please just select the right channel on your headsets and we can start.
And parenting has been held in Serbia for 7 consecutive years at the national level. And we are honored to have been invited to organize it at the regional level for Europe and Central Asia, bringing together representatives from over 20 countries, from Slovakia to Turkmenistan. Considering that numerous countries in the region support similar initiatives and reforms, it is time to combine efforts and collectively intensify work on policies, practices and partnerships to support parents and children.
Konferenciju zajednički organizuje Ministarstvo zdravlja.
The conference is organized jointly by the Ministry of Health of Serbia and UNICEF Office in Serbia, as well as UNICEF Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, in collaboration with line ministries, as part of the program for cooperation with the government of Serbia. Financial support for this conference and work in past years has been provided by the LEGO Foundation. During these 2 days, our conference will be inspired by 3 key words: policy, practice, and partnerships for support to early childhood development and parenting.
Children entails caring for the environments in which they live. The parental environment is foremost and most crucial. The immeasurable power of parenting, the power of love, play and security, is the most important support that children absorb and receive in their early years. Investing in children cannot be effective without investing in their parents and ensuring their well-being.
I upravo zato ćemo na početku naše
This is precisely because at the beginning of today's conference, we will hear the voice of parents and get an insight into their realities, hopes, challenges, and experiences. May they guide us in designing our future steps. It is our special honor and pleasure to have with us Gordana Vukicevic, the mother of 2 children and the author of the blog Vukova Zvončica. Gordana, please take the floor. And we will also hear from Natasha Mrđa. Good morning. Natasha, please come to the podium. Natasha is the mother of a wonderful girl, Olga. At the very beginning, Gordana, I would like to hear from you what it was like for you and what is needed from birth through the childhood period, what kind of support is needed to strengthen the parents. I would like to express my gratitude for being here today because it is essential to hear the voices of parents of children with disabilities. When you get a child with developmental disabilities, it is an enormous challenge for the family, and it is essential to get support, to strengthen the family, and to keep the family together. I have prepared some key points that I want to go through in my address. I have great responsibility today because I speak on behalf of many parents from Serbia, so I have 5 key points I want to make. The maternity ward, education for medical workers, psychological support at the very beginning, and presence of both parents when information is presented about the diagnosis, while highlighting good examples to let the parents know that they have support from the system. Primary healthcare center, team of workers, including the visiting nurse, pediatrician, and everybody else who will be working with the family, providing support on what the family is entitled to, reducing bureaucracy, which is exhausting for the parents, strengthening the network of speech therapists and special educators for every child in the primary healthcare center. Enrollment in preschool. Children with disabilities are entitled to regular enrollment. If the child does not have a personal attendant, the child should be enrolled as soon as possible in order to be socialized. A better approach to communication with these vulnerable families and who have very little information at the beginning. In addition to maternity wards, centers for social work have a very important role here. And finally, personal attendant for every child with disability. At the moment, we have long waiting lists. For us personally, this service has made our lives much easier, and I would like it to be available for all children with disabilities. My child, Vuk, had a lot of difficulties. He has Down syndrome and a very aggressive form of epilepsy. My child goes to kindergarten regularly, and I wish you could all see how wonderful it was at his kindergarten graduation ceremony. He made a lot of progress. He has a little sister as well, 2-year-old, and I would like every family to have this experience. It is very important for the family to be stable so that the child can grow up with his or her brothers and sisters, so that they could go to mainstream kindergartens to learn. And I think this is what families need at the very beginning.
Hvala.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gotso, and thank you for sharing the experience of a mother or a parent of a child with developmental difficulties and your expectations from the system and how to properly nurture and support the system so that the parents can have available support. We also have Natasha Mrđa with us, mother of a wonderful Olga. And Natasha used the services of the Developmental Counseling Unit of the Primary Healthcare Center in Zemun for several years back with the support of the Ministry of Health and with the support of UNICEF. It has been implementing the program of family-centered early interventions. Natasha, could you please share with us your experiences and what was the most important support for you? Yes, I was so lucky to be a part of the program in the developmental counseling unit of the primary healthcare center Zemun. And the first thing that I learned that regardless of the diagnosis, every child has room to make progress. Simply the techniques that we learned through the program allowed Olga to achieve the results that we thought she could never be able to achieve them, incredible results. The entire concept of the program is that the parents are trained and empowered to use play and everyday activities that a child has during the day, to use this as the foundation and to help the child in that way. We simply got the opportunity as parents, as a mom and dad, to actively participate in her development and growth. Olga is a child who, when I started with the program, she had less than 10 words in her vocabulary. When we completed the program, Olga could make sentences of up to 3 words. It was an amazing success. And I would particularly like to highlight that I had the opportunity to meet wonderful women, mothers, who each in her own way were struggling to help her child. They were really fighting like lionesses, and we had a really good mutual understanding. We relied on each other. And it is particularly important that we had the opportunity to simply share our experiences among ourselves. How each one of us managed at some point to implement the technique that they learned in the lives of their children. I feel incredible gratitude towards everybody who participated in Olga's progress. So this is definitely the program in the DCU in Zemun, our wonderful speech therapist and the special education teacher Irena and Emilia. Such energy, enthusiasm, commitment, this is simply incredible. When you have someone like that fighting together with you, you simply cannot stay immune to that. And then you realize that you have this responsibility as an individual and as a society to simply help all those enthusiastic people across Serbia in all primary healthcare centers so they can have the opportunity to educate parents and thereby help our children, because our children really do need help. Bravo, Natasha. Well done to you and your family, and great bravo to the team in the developmental counseling unit in Zemun and in many other primary health centers that we worked together in the previous period. And thank you for mentioning the professionals that helped you. It's important to mention them, to know that they do exist in Serbia, and to hope that their services will be available all across Serbia to all parents and all children. Today we were supposed to have another mom with us, Silvia Sinani Brimovic, employed mother and a member of the most famous WOMA women group, Pretty Loud. And when she first became a mother of a girl, Amna, she realized actually how much people should know about health and development of children, about the importance of early period, about the need of young parents for support, and about the importance of the partnership support in parenting. And for young parents from Roma community to learn about these topics, Silvia started sharing the experiences on the social network TikTok. However, as it usually happens, as all of us who are parents know, children have the tendency to sometimes get sick, and Amna just yesterday decided to become sick, and unfortunately that's why Silvia couldn't come today and be with us. But we will definitely have the opportunity to hear her experiences. We wish Alma a quick recovery, and hopefully we'll have another opportunities to talk. Thank you. I would like to thank you too, and you can go back to your seats now. Can we have a round of applause for these two moms and for Silvia, who is not with us today? And where we have parents, we also have children. Children are coming to us. They will be addressing us through video. Young reporters from 3 preschools in Serbia, they are talking about the importance of learning and play, and how, thanks to the new curriculum, Years of Ascent, in their kindergartens, they are learning with their preschool teachers and their teachers. They are growing up, developing, and making progress. Can we have the video, please?
Dobiš karbona I od pene za brijanje. I onda se dobije snik. Moja mama je došla da napravi snik. Ja sam htjela prvo da znam ko je na pari i onda je moja mama dobila ideju da ovo istražujem. Ovo je 100 dinara, na 100 dinara je Nikola Tesla. On je izmislio strun i bez njega ne bi imali punjače za telefone, pa ja ne bi imala svoju noćnu lampu. Eiffelov toranj pomalo liči na slovo A. Ja sam to rekao. Ovo je vilica čoveka. Pa to su nam doneli studenti kad su bili. Nego doktor stavi ovo na uši, pa onda pacijent diše pa se ovo stavi tu i onda tako čuje kako kuca srce. Evo ga, Marine! Čovene! Čovene rože! Slatke! Tatom i mamom, da, uvek se igram. Figurke, ljudke, šuge.
Možda će neko od njih...
Maybe one of them in 10 years ago will be here instead of me moderating the conference. That would be interesting to see. Now I would like to invite our host, Dejana Konstantinova, UNICEF representative in Serbia, as in the role of a co-organizer of this conference, to take over the moderation of this official opening of the conference.
And moderate the official opening.
Hvala puno and good morning. Your Excellencies, Minister Lončar, Minister Đukić-Dejanović, Minister Stamenkovski, dear Madam Vučić, dear Regina, dear participants from Serbia and from the whole Europe and Central Asia region. I wish you a very warm welcome to our conference, The Power of Parenting, the best start of every child in life. This today's event is a recognition that the parents has the most important influence on the development of their children. And many need support for that. We've just heard the parents and children. Thank you very much, Natasha and Gordana. It was really amazing to hear your stories, because the stories of the parents, the messages of the children, they will guide our priorities and our actions. In theory, we know that helping parents to feel confident and to support their children's well-being is not easy. It requires establishing a comprehensive, high-quality system. This includes, of course, investing in policies, in practices, in services, budget allocations, and as a result, ensuring that every one parent, moms and dads alike, are supported in this very, very important task. This is in theory, but how this looks like in practice? Let's hear the answer. Today, we are joined by decision makers and partners from different systems and sectors, because every one sector has a role to play in this important common goal to ensure the early childhood development of our children. The health system is especially crucial, particularly for parents with the youngest children. And I'm so pleased that the Ministry of Health of Serbia is co-organizer of this conference. So it's a great pleasure to invite the Minister of Health, Dr. Zlatibor Lončar, to address you. Dr. Lončar, the floor is yours.
Esteemed Tamara, representatives of UNICEF, esteemed ministers, dear friends, Taking into account the scientific facts that the first 3 years of life of the child are crucial for the child's development, the government of the Republic of Serbia, at the proposal of the Ministry of Health, has adopted in 2016 the National Program for Improving the Early Childhood Development. Soon after that, together with the ministries in charge of education, social protection and demography, we signed the call to action for supporting early childhood development, and thereby we unify the efforts and resources towards the same goals for children, parents and the entire society. And this represents only the institutional framework that defines our firm determination and numerous activities aimed at supporting early childhood development and supporting parenting, because these are some of the most effective and efficient public policies for the general development of society. The key impetus in achieving the goals in these areas is the program of cooperation of the Ministry of Health and UNICEF that is aimed at improving the visiting nurse service, developing the counseling units, and teams for family-centered early interventions. Neonatal healthcare protection, support to breastfeeding and immunization of children, all with the aim of the latest findings being integrated into the everyday work of our healthcare institutions and health professionals. Our joint goal is to empower families for nurturing parenting so that they can better understand and support the development of their children, particularly in the first 1,000 days. We've worked previously on that through improving the access and the quality of services to families that need these services the most. Having in mind all the positive results, the next joint steps are to ensure that good practices of support to parents that have gone live in our system reach every family and every child in Serbia. We want to improve the pillars of the national care system and to make sure that these practices are sustainable through the integration in the standards of work of the quality monitoring system into the legislation and financial frameworks. Achieving the results for children and families is possible only in tight cooperation of all levels of healthcare in all relevant sectors of healthcare, education, social protection. In order to further improve all the resources for achieving the results in the area of early childhood development, the government of the Republic of Serbia, under the leadership of our ministry, is intensively working on establishing the Center for Early Childhood Development and Inclusion that would provide new resources, better quality and connections in the system, of all the systems that are taking care of young children, particularly children with developmental difficulties and their families. We believe that this center will be a contribution to Serbia and the entire region. I would just like to highlight that this center has started working and soon it will be fully operational thanks to Madam Vucic and her support. This is a project that has its schedule, it is on track, there's no delays, but once again I'm repeating, this is all thanks to her. Ahead of this joint work, I would like to thank all the participants of this conference where we will together learn, exchange the knowledge and experiences among the countries. We will build additional partnerships and we will send a strong message that support to parents by the entire society is the most important support that young children and the entire society can receive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lončar. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our next speaker and a special guest, Madam Tamara Vucic, the First Lady of Serbia. Madam Vucic is greatly dedicated to the early childhood development, and her work over the years resulted in introducing new initiatives and in prioritization of the early childhood development interventions across whole Serbia. Under her leadership, a new Early Childhood Development Center is establishing, which will be a main milestone in our efforts. Madam Vucic, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. Poštovani domaćini,
distinguished hosts, dear guests, dear professionals and experts from over 20 countries, dear Regional Director, Ms. Dominicis, dear UNICEF representative, Ms. Kostadinova, dear ministers, It is a great pleasure to see so many of you here today, and this testifies to the priorities, the key priorities of our country. These are children and early development and support to parenting, and this crucial period in the life of every child, every person. There is a wonderful saying that says the childhood is the creator of every person. This is a very short summary of our development. It points to the essence of human beings, and this also summarizes the essence of today's conference. It highlights the importance of childhood for each individual's development and also the importance of parents in this process. And this saying could become the motto of today's conference. To me, this is one of the crucial topics. It is the foundation of every society and merits our full attention and our full dedication. A parent is not only a parent, one who bears children and participates in giving life. The parent has a much more responsible role. A parent is somebody who understands the magic of creation of a new life, who feels the blessing of this gift, and who fosters the feeling of gratitude for the miracle that they are witnessing. A parent is a teacher, mentor, spiritual guide in the earliest period of life, one who teaches the child that there is something beyond the immediate sensory world. They teach children about justice, injustice, good, evil, feelings, fears, beauty. Parents create the first memories, the first feelings, the first touch, the first smile, the first understanding. This way, the parent becomes a sculptor who creates a new being in the world. All of these are characteristics of a parent, and therefore the parent is a distinguished member of our society and also bears responsibility. The entire society depends on the proper work of parents, but the converse is also true. The role of society in the development of individuals is inextricably linked with the role of parents. This is why support to parents is an essential component of building a healthy society. We must be aware that the community is built by coming together and developing a sense of belonging. And the parent's job in the earliest childhood is to sow the seeds in the child. In this process, the child must feel secure and safe. This is why the society builds on the parents. These two, the parent and society, must act together, especially in the early childhood period, so that the child could develop into a healthy and functioning individual who will create a happy life for him or herself and his or her environment. This is why I would like to thank Dr. Lonchar for mentioning it. We are impatient to see the Center for Early Childhood Development open its doors as a home for close cooperation, a home that will prioritize the development of our youngest members of our society. In that regard, we owe special gratitude to UNICEF, dear Diana and dear Regina, for recognizing the importance of this project and the topic of ECD as a whole. The key guests of this center will, of course, be young children as well as experts from across the world, because an important segment of the center's work will be science and research. No country in the world is an island that can act completely on its own in isolation. A prerequisite for improvement is contact and communication and sharing knowledges and experiences. And this is another area in which I recognize the importance of today's conference. Just as the river flows and doesn't change its name, although you cannot enter the same water twice, every society and every nation also inevitably change. But the question is, in what direction? This is why our work is directed at building a brighter future where success will be measured by readiness to learn, to improve, to help, and to use science and knowledge for the benefit of humankind and for the happiness of children's smiles. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Draga Tamara. Thanks to you and to Dr. Lončar for the very kind words about our cooperation. And now it's a great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, a remarkable advocate for child rights, the Regional Director for Europe and Central Asia of UNICEF, Regina De Dominikis. Most of you, give me a second, Regina, to share some words about you. Most of you know her as a very successful and respected figure, both by local partners, as former UNICEF representative in Serbia, but also at regional stage. And it's a privilege to have her here with us today. Regina, we are very curious to hear your vision.
Thank you, Diana. Excellencies, Minister Lončar, Minister Đukić-Dejanović, Minister Stamenkovski, Madam Vučić, and of course Mr. Pontara, colleagues from Serbia and the region, it is a pleasure to address you today. It's not about my vision, it's about our collective vision, and that's the power of being today together. With more than 300 policymakers, experts, and early childhood professionals from over 20 countries. Thank you, Diana, for having collected such a powerful crowd together with Minister Lončar and, of course, the government of Serbia. Thank you for the First Lady, for her leadership. We started many years ago to talk about this topic together and the idea of a center, and I'm so glad to come back and to see these ideas realizing so fast in an acceleration mood. The conference is a testament of our shared commitment, as well as the momentum we have created in advancing early childhood development in our region, in Europe and Central Asia. Every year, nearly 6 million babies are born in Europe and Central Asia. And over 20 million children under the age of 5 are learning their first word, taking their first step, learning to socialize and empathize with others. Each of these children comes into the world with immense potential and a unique set, as Tamara said, of social, economic, and cultural circumstances. Some are born into safe, nurturing environment, but some others first are unfortunately living adversity, toxic stress, poverties, and challenges that undermine their growth and development from the start. Young children cannot choose these beginnings, neither have a voice for telling what are their needs. Yet the condition and the circumstances they are facing after birth will determine how much of their immense potential will be realized or not realized. Imagine if you could rewrite this beginning and ensure that each one of them, born in Serbia and in our entire region, has an equal chance to thrive, to be protected, and to be nurtured. This is central to our UNICEF vision, but our collective vision as well, and the purpose of all of us being here together. Scientific evidence continue to clearly demonstrate the importance of the first years, as well the unique opportunity that they constitute, and we will hear much more about that. But despite the progress we have seen and we have contributed to in the last decades, we know very well that still a lot needs to be done, and I would like to share with you some powerful statistics because they need to be the motor of the acceleration against which each of us needs to work. Nearly 3.5 million young children in our region are not on track on their early development. Of the poorest, most vulnerable households, only half of young children benefit from early stimulation and responsive caregiving. Only half of preschool-age children are attending early learning programs in Europe and Central Asia. 2 in 5 children experience delays in their development, but very few of them have access to quality early childhood intervention services. While most parents strive to do their best, and thank you, Gordon and Natasha, for your powerful témoignage today, we also know that more than half of them, they don't have the chance to access services that will allow them to fulfill their parenting task as they would like to do. Over the next 2 days, this regional conference will focus on 3 key themes essential to advancing progress for young children, but also their parents, and will set an ambitious agenda for what we can achieve together. Firstly, as has been said, we will focus on policies. We will highlight the importance of intersectoral frameworks and policy coordination. I'm so delighted to see so many ministers together with us. Many countries in the region are already making progress, and we will build on these successes, but we will also discuss what we can be achieving together as a whole government approach. This doesn't exist everywhere. Secondly, we will discuss program and services. We will explore both universal and targeted initiatives for parents and caregivers of young children. We will jointly identify the scalable solution, something that we can easily replicate to achieve the scale that these children deserve. And finally, we will emphasize the importance of partnership between sectors, between countries, hopefully sub-regionally and regionally. But also, we will leverage better and we will join forces with our partners. I'm delighted to see together with us the European Union representative, the World Bank, other IFIs, but also the private sector. Public-private partnerships are critical, and in Serbia, we have seen how public-private partnership can foster innovation and bring the ecosystem power beyond the early childhood agenda. Over the next 2 days, we will also work to setting a shared vision that is actionable. So less word, more action, very clear timeline, and very clear commitment. A better start in life, we owe it, as Tamara said, to our little one. We owe it to their future. We owe it to their parents, but we also owe it to our society. Thank you. Hvala.
Thank you, Regina. With these inspiring words of our 3 speakers, we set up the scene for our important work over the next 2 days. So let's start the conference with a shared sense of purpose and determination. Thank you very much for being all of you here today and for contributing to our vital goal. Thank you. Jelena, Misha?
Hvala najlepše, ministar.
Thank you very much, Minister, Ms. Vučić, Regina. This was truly inspiring.
Opening remarks, we now transition to our first keynote speaker. Today we are honored to have and welcome Benjamin Perks, who we call Ben, and who is coming from UNICEF New York as head of campaigns and advocacy. Benjamin will take us through the science, experience, and evidence, explaining why it is crucial to enhance policies, partnership, and practices to ensure that every child from the earliest years is safe, loved, and nurtured. Ben, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much. Is this the clicker? How does it work? Is it on?
Good morning, everyone. My apologies, but I will continue in English.
There you go. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. I'm humbled by this amazing effort to see so many people from all over the region. You know, whenever I go to speak anywhere in the world about parenting and early childhood development, my wife says exactly the same thing. If you must go halfway around the world to speak about parenting, please tell everybody you speak to about the parenting responsibilities you leave behind. She even made a slide. This is Noah. He is about to turn 2, and we just had her parents, his maternal grandparents, to visit, and we were talking about different parenting styles. As all parents with parents will know, that's a favorite topic when they're with their grandchildren and you. And we reflected on how we are so lucky to be the first generation, if we are in the right place and the right time, to be able to access the science and knowledge about how to achieve the best outcomes for our children. That is a unique moment in history, and we're here today, I think, because we will want the same outcomes for every child in this region that we would want for our own children. When we think about the science, my favorite slide on how much we've learned over the past 2 decades is this one from Chuck Nelson. Have you seen this before? Some of you have seen this before, right? It's the bottom line is the life course, and it goes from conception to the age of 80. I apologize if there's anybody in the room over 80 for leaving you out, but this is the life course. And what you see from this is that human development, not just child development, but human development in its entirety is front-loaded in the first few years. Through pregnancy and through the first 5 to 6 years, the emotional, social, cognitive capacity in this room and all over the world was primarily developed. It was when we developed our language and our sensory capacity. And there are so many different things I could share with you about recent science, but I just want to share 3 highlights. We've learned, for example, that in the last trimester of pregnancy, to ensure that mom has a calm, safe life, has a huge impact on the brain development of their child. Stress from domestic violence or poverty can negatively impact the development of the child neurobiologically when they're in the womb. We know that when children are born, they are not born and then start forming relationships. They are born into relationships. They recognize the voice of the mother, and they will do anything they can to get close and to be held and acknowledged by the primary caregiver, the parents, and all of those around them. And when that is absent, it is terrifying for the child. For children, threat is not just the presence of violence, it's the absence of love. Every parent here, and maybe aunties and uncles and grandparents, know as well that children are start off hugely curious. They ask 100 questions an hour, with eyes, with pointing eventually, babbling and talking. And it is the response of the caregiver to those cues, something the Harvard Center for the Developing Child calls serve and return, that powers early learning, that is a foundation of all learning. When we think about education, we often think that university is the most important education institution. It's really important, but it's not the most important. The most important is the parental home in these early years. The science of child development is really complex. It involves neurobiology, psychology, and pediatrics. The job of parenting is really, really hard. It's the most difficult job we have. But what children need is really simple. It's not complex. They need 3 things that with the right support, all of us can do and provide. They need to be safe, to be loved, and nurtured. And I think that's something that we are the first generation that have the knowledge and resources to ensure for every child on the planet. It takes hard work, but together we can achieve it. We tend to think about children who are not feeling safe, loved and nurtured, or we have felt about them that they're a minority on the margins of society. Maybe the 2% of children that in this region used to be called social cases, right? The tiny minority of children who come into contact with the social services or the justice system. What we now know from surveying adults across this region in Serbia and many of the countries represented in this room and across all continents, that on average, when adults are asked about experiences of abuse, neglect, dysfunctional parenting, whether it's intentional or unintentional, about 57% say they experienced one form of adverse childhood experience. And about 13% say they experienced 4 or more. That makes up, that 13% make up the vast majority of children, teenagers in our society at risk, and we'll come on to that in a minute. But how does this look, this situation that's hidden in plain sight, that we haven't talked about, that's been surrounded by myth and shame and stigma and taboo? What does it look like? I want to tell you a story about 2 babies. Emma and Olivia were born in the same maternity ward on the same night. And when they were born, both sets of parents witnessed a miracle. They knew that life would never be the same again, and there was no baby quite like theirs. To look at them, the families both looked the same. They both had similar incomes. They both lived in similar houses. They were both of a similar age. But there was one difference that was not visible to anybody outside of their relationship. Emma lived in a family where her parents were almost, not completely, but almost effortlessly in love, as her grandparents had been. They were entwined in the roots in a nourishing relationship where most of the time they were honest and kind to each other, and they lived, and she was born into a supportive network of relationships. Olivia's parents loved each other too, but their love was a struggle. Her father had been born and brought up in a household where it was emotionally very austere. They were expected to work hard, and he couldn't remember a moment when he really played with his dad, or when he was hugged by his mother. Her mother, Olivia's mother, grew up in a household full of anxiety and disassociation and distraction. None of those parents meant to harm the emotional world of their children. They were just doing what was automatic and instinctive and intergenerational. It just was the way that things were done in their family. So they had a fundamentally different start in life. And the way that played out was that Olivia was exposed to quarrels at home, and sometimes she would even be yelled at herself when she did something in the wrong moment that her parents didn't like. And sometimes her dad would drown his sorrows in a glass too many of whiskey, too much for a household with a young child in it. So Emma didn't have a catastrophic childhood. It wasn't a train wreck. She was, to some extent, well taken care of, but she didn't feel consistently safe, loved, and nurtured. And it had an impact that until very, very recently, we didn't know about in science. And it related to the way that her stress response system was activated. Children need stress, right? They need positive stress. Noah, our son, needs to fall over and pick himself up again, so he builds what here is referred to as istrenost. He builds resilience and agency. Positive stress is sitting for an exam. It is learning to navigate the world with all of its ups and downs. You need that to survive and thrive. Tolerable stress is when you may live in the middle of an economic crisis or urban gang violence or something like that, but when your parents are solid and protective and are a buffer against all of that outside stress. Toxic stress, and you'll hear more about this over the next 2 days, and many of you know about it already, is when the stress response system is chronically elevated without de-escalating, without de-elevating, and it leaves a huge imprint on the development of the child from day one. This brilliant slide from Nadine Burke-Harris that I've kind of stolen shows the way it affects the fragile, evolving body and neurobiological system of the child. Affects their brain development, their immune system, their stress response system, their cardiovascular system. It even affects the way their genes are expressed. By the age of 2, Emma had an ACE score of 0. Olivia had an ACE score, an adverse child experience score of 4. This was all happening by the age of 2. But by adolescence, there's a new moment of brain development. Brain reorganizes and risk heightens. Because of what had happened to Emma at the age of 2, if there was no intervention, she would be on average 14 to 15 times more likely to be a victim or perpetrator of violence. She would be 4 times more likely to be an alcoholic, much more likely to have poor mental and physical health, more likely to be trafficked in the extreme. 90% of the young people in juvenile facilities for committing crimes in our region and globally are having 4 or more adverse childhood experiences. We didn't know this until very recently, so it's not just about early childhood development. Early childhood development is a strategy for criminal justice, for prevention of crime, for peace and security. It is much broader, and that's why we need, one of the many reasons we need policymakers to make it a massive priority. It costs about 8%, we estimate conservatively, of our GDP globally. All of the budgets that are spent on things that start in early childhood, from health outcomes to criminal justice outcomes, when we put that together, it has an enormous cost. But for a fraction of that cost, we can, by investing in parenting programs and other early childhood development services, we can save a fortune. The Nobel Prize-winning economist, James Heckman of University of Chicago, estimates that for every dollar you invest in early childhood development, including parenting programs, you get up to a $13 return. It is the most beneficial investment any government can make. I'm going to skip past this slide because I was told we've got a slightly, I need to keep that one. So what are some of the interventions that Professor Heckman was talking about? The first one is universal progressive home visits. This is where a trained professional visits the home, like Olivia's, and just has a conversation and demonstrates and shows support for things like parenting, attachment, communication, positive discipline. We call them universal progressive because we would like to see a minimum package for every parent on the planet, because we don't know where the risk is. We want to ensure every parent has the tools to provide responsive caregiving. But this can be backed up by group sessions where parents are connected to talk through their parenting challenges and strategies themselves. And then this can also be supported by app-based programs that provide vital evidence and support and advice in the right moment to parents. And you have an amazing app that was pioneered in this region called Bebo, which you'll be hearing more about during the conference. What's exciting about parenting programs is they go all the way back to the early attachment research. We knew that if parents could have a conversation about their parenting, learn some basic skills and develop a strategy, that the cycles of intergenerational trauma would be disrupted and that children could have responsive caregiving. But we didn't know how to put that into a delivery system. But now, because of a research led by the World Health Organization, by the way, UNICEF, the World Health Organization, Oxford University, and some partners have formed a global initiative to support parents, which is promoting this work across the world. And this is one of the things that has really inspired us and powered our work over the past 18 months, is this release of data from over 65 countries, 435 randomized control trials. Without getting too nerdy about it, those are the gold standard for understanding the impact of interventions, show that parenting programs are transformative in these ways. They do all the things we wanted them to do. They optimize early childhood development, language acquisition, social and emotional development. They support attachment, and they support positive disciplining. They even improve attendance at health visits and all of that. But there's one thing that wasn't expected that we discovered too. They improve parental mental health. And I spoke to Bruce Perry, who some of you may have heard of, who wrote a book about this with Oprah Winfrey recently. And he said he thinks this is for two reasons. The first one is just having somebody show up and show an interest in your parenting is transformative for every parent. It takes away the isolation. But the second one, and it sounds like a song, love heals. The more somebody like Olivia's parents, who loved their daughter but didn't know how to express it, found ways to express it, the love and attachment was reciprocal. And they grew together through that process. They healed together, so they all felt safe, loved, and nurtured within a mutually reinforcing family context. So parenting programs by themselves are not enough. We need to have, of course, the kind of perinatal services post-delivery, prenatal, postnatal, and delivery that maintain that calm and support environment for parents. We need affordable childcare and family-friendly policies, including parental leave. There is no such thing as an attachment, mental health, or parenting neutral workplace. They either support parenting or they harm parenting. They harm mental health. Workplaces cannot be neutral. They have to decide what side they're on. And finally, to make parenting programs universal for every child, for every family, and progressive to provide more support for those who need it. Together, everybody in this room and everybody that champions this across the world, we are the first generation in history that can make sure every child on our planet grows up safe, loved, and nurtured. Hvala vam puno.
Hvala Benjaminu.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. This potential title, Love Heals, Любовь за цель, sounds like a potential message that we can take from this conference. It was particularly interesting and important to hear that for one invested dollar, you have a return of $13 when investing in early childhood development and parenting. Before we move to the first panel discussion in our conference, I would like to kindly ask all the present ministers and Madam Vucic, UNICEF representative and director of World Bank, to please join the journalists outside the room for press statements. And in this time, we will go into our conference agenda in greater detail. Yelena? Thank you very much, Misho. We'll say something more about the organization of this conference, the plan of this conference, and we will get to know each other.
Investing in early childhood, developing policies, programs, and enhancing services with noticeable success and inspiring challenges. In Serbia, the progress along the ECD system development pathway we have been marking through annual conferences, with the first one focusing on raising awareness of the importance of investing in early childhood, in early years. Later ones demonstrating pilots and effects of high-quality services, models of ECD services and early childhood intervention services and programs. Moving then to the conferences that talk about policy changes, professional development needs, and many other things. For Serbia, and the most of our countries, the critical moment has arrived when we need to ensure that national policies and budgets support scaling of high-quality early childhood development and early childhood intervention services, as well as parenting programs, so that they reach every child and their families.
This is why, on this first day of our conference, the focus is squarely on finding solutions, how policies can ensure this goal, and how partnerships can be forged to advance our efforts. Before the lunch, we will have the opportunity to hear two high-level panels, one with experiences from Serbia, and the second one with countries from the region. These panels will be followed by a deep dive session on parenting, and after that session, due to technical reasons, we will switch sessions 4 and 5 and discuss partnership before intersectoral policies and practices in action. At the end of the day 1, we will have a program fair of different country initiatives in which we will dig deeper the following day, a day of discussing practices.
Building on this wealth of knowledge, experiences, commitments, common vision, and the common ways forward that will be guiding this conference, beyond exchanges and networking, which I know you will make during this conference, we have collectively decided to prepare as an outcome of this conference a regional call for action for early childhood development and parenting. This initiative we rally support from conference participants to urge our respective governments towards effective action. A special working group of colleagues is defined from various countries that will work on it, embracing session recommendations and nurturing your own perspectives. Please be collaborative in putting this call for action forward by the end of these 2 days.
And now to Serbian. Trebalo bi da ste svi na...
So you should, at your seats, in your tote bags, I think you found it. If you haven't found it, please look. We have blue, green, and red papers. Please use them, because from time to time we will ask you to show red, green, or blue, and to answer some of our questions, or maybe express some of your attitudes, positions. Also, during this conference today and tomorrow, we will be using the Mentimeter, so please, when the time comes, please scan the QR code. It will be shown, you will see it, and go to the survey. During the conference, in some sessions, we will be joined by the illustrator who will use drawings to tell us their impressions from this conference. So don't be surprised if you see somebody drawing something up here. We also have volunteers, UNICEF's volunteers. You will be able to recognize them easily in their blue T-shirts. They will, of course, help you if you have any questions. But in the beginning, let's get to know each other. You heard that we have more than 20 countries that joined us in this conference. Please, as representatives of a country, when we read your country, can you please raise your hands? You can even produce a sound if you like. So let's start with Bosnia and Herzegovina. Welcome, welcome. Representatives of Croatia, good day to you. North Macedonia, hello. A little bit to the left, to the right, Montenegro. Moldova. Romania. Bulgaria. Ukraine. Good morning, hello. Turkey. Welcome. Slovakia. Tajikistan. Turkmenistan. Hello. Azerbaijan. Oh, you're here, hello. Belarus. Hello, welcome. Kazakhstan. Greece. Georgia? And do we have anybody from Serbia maybe here? Oh, hello everybody. Do we have anybody whose country we didn't call out?
Country that we didn't mention? No? Okay.
Dobrodošli.
So welcome, and truly I think this will be we'll have successful 2 days with a lot of exchange and a lot of new knowledge. But let's prepare. Okay, after this brief intervention, before our panels, we wanted to give you some questions and to hear about the situation in our audience and in our countries. So yes, we have a question. Which country has a unique intersectoral strategy or policy or an action plan dedicated to early childhood development? So if your country does have a strategy or a plan, please raise the green paper. If you have some forms of policies which is not fully intersectoral, raise the blue one. And if you don't have a policy like that, please raise the red piece of paper. Okay, it is colorful, green, red, and blue. So once again, if you do have a unique intersectoral strategy or a policy or an action plan, so this is green, blue if there are some forms of policies, and red if you don't have. So raise them up, and somebody from the first row can maybe take a photo to see the situation and what we need to work on in the next 2 days and what kinds of exchanges we'll have. Can you raise your arms up, please? And if I can, please ask Eva to take a photo. To have a family photo, maybe. Thank you all. Thank you for this activity. And we are waiting for the ministers and state secretaries and other participants from the first panel discussion to join us. And in the first panel, we will hear some of the experiences, primarily from Serbia, but also from some other regions. So we will talk about the need of children, about responding to the needs of young children and parents. This response cannot come from one sector, and everything will become even more visible with problems becoming more and more complex among vulnerable families. But before our ministers return for this panel and before the press releasements are over, we can have a small brief energizer and ask, if I can ask all of you, probably you all know this way of joint appreciation. So can we please all rise up? Can you please stand up? Can you put your hands on your shoulders and tap yourself on the shoulder? Good job, everything you did for children and for parents. Good job, well done, bravo everybody. And looking at your papers and looking at this energy at the very beginning, looking at how all of us are coming together for this important topic, good job. And you can say good job to the person next to you. Pat on the shoulders and a round of applause. Thank you very much. I hope that we will get our ministers soon back very soon. They are slowly coming in. We will wait a little bit for press releases, press statements to be over, and we can also read until they come. We can read who will participate in this panel discussion. So we will have representatives of the Ministry of Health in Serbia, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Labor, Employment, Ministry of Family Welfare, Ministry of Public Administration and Local Self-Government. We will also have a representative of the Standing Conference of Towns and Municipalities and the Director, Country Manager of the World Bank in Serbia. This first panel will be facilitated by UNICEF representative in Serbia, Dejana Kostadinova, who you already saw in the role of facilitator during the opening of today's program. Shall we have a short break? But please don't leave the room. Please stay on your seats. So 3 or 4 more minutes. In the meantime, I will go outside and check the situation. So I will let you know. I will have some fresh news very soon. If some of our professionals, parents would like to share something with us, you are welcome.
Ima li hrabrih?
Do we have anybody with the courage in the audience to share something with us? Do you want to do an additional energizer for us, maybe? And the day has just started. Okay, you can talk to each other, talk to the person next to you, and we'll have just a short break until all the ministers are back.
Sačekat ćemo.
So we will wait literally an additional minute or two. Some of the officials are done. I think the last press statement is ongoing now. I think very soon we will have all the panel participants on the stage. If I can ask you for just a minute or two of patience. Thank you.
Hvala svima.
Thank you all for a little patience. This is a good sign of commitment of our country and the voices for children and for the family.
Još jedan minut. Mislili smo da smo svi tu. Ivan.
pričaju o biljkama. To je herbar. Herbar raste sve na planeti. Kako se raste? Od bikarbona i od pene za brijanje. I onda se dobije snijeg. Moja mama je došla da napravi snijeg. Ja sam htjela prvo da znam ko je ovaj na pari, ko je ovaj. I onda je moja mama dobila ideju da ovo istražujem. Ovo je 100 dinara. Na 100 dinara je Nikola Tesla. On je izmislio strun i bez njega ne bi imali punjače za telefone, pa i ja ne bi imala svoju noćnu lampu. Eiffelov toranj pomalo liči na slovo A. Ja sam to rekao. Ovo je vilica čoveka. Pa to su nam doneli studenti kad su bili. Nego doktor stavi ovo na uši, pa onda pacijent diše pa se ovo stavi tu i onda tako čuje kako kuca srce. Evo ga, Marine! Čovene! Pluvene roze! Slatke! Tato i mama, da, uvek se igram. Figurke, ljudke, šunke.
Hvala vam mnogo na...
Thank you very much for your patience. I suggest that we start with the first panel discussion because we already have some participants who are here with us. The remaining will join us as soon as they are done with their press statements.
You can take over the floor and introduce your guests and speakers.
No?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, perfect. After hearing the experts this morning, let's turn to the decision makers. And today we have an esteemed panel of key decision makers that will share their vision and their insights on the processes. So it's a great pleasure to invite the panelists to join me on the podium. Professor Dr. Slavica Đukić-Dejanović, the Minister of Education. Minister Stamenkovski, Minister of Family Welfare and Demography. Dr. Ivana Stashevich-Karličić, the State Secretary of Health. Mr. George Todorov, the State Secretary of Labor, Employment, Veteran and Social Policy. Mr. Nikola Tarbuk, the Secretary General of the Standing Conference of Town and Municipalities. And my great friend, Nicola Pontara, the Country Director of the World Bank. We've heard this morning that the early childhood is a crucial period in everyone's life, and it lays foundations for the education, the health, and the whole well-being over the whole life of a person. Following the 2018 call for action, Serbia has made significant strides in advancing the early childhood development in the country. Therefore, today we are going to discuss the achievements and celebrate the achievements of Serbia, and we also will discuss the ongoing efforts and reaffirm our commitments to advance the early childhood development agenda in the country. It is an ambitious panel, that's why I would like to ask all the panelists to to stick to the time limitation of 3 minutes for their answers. Now, I would like to begin with our discussion with inviting Professor Slavica Đukić-Dejanović, the current Minister of Education, who has played a pivotal role in, over the years in mainstreaming the early childhood development goals. In 2018, as a president of the Child Rights Council and Minister of Demography and Population Policy, her leadership was crucial for signing the first high-level document signed by the Ministry of Education, Health, Social Protection, alongside with her. So this call for action was the first major milestone. Professor Dejanović, looking retrospectively, how do you assess the national progress in this area? And I'm really curious to hear your insights about the intersectoral cooperation that you have supported and led in different capacities over the years.
Thank you for the question.
First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to be a panelist and for participating in this important conference. And when you ask me to look retrospectively and about my personal opinion, I would like to say that I really look fondly at 2018, when the Minister of Health, who is also the current Minister of Health, back then I was the Minister for Demography, also the Minister of Health and the Minister for Social Protection, so the four of us together at a session of the Council for Child Rights at the government of the Republic of Serbia, we decided to have a joint position through this call for action for children from the earliest period of life. We already mentioned how science has helped us, because development of the neurological system until during the first 1,000 days until the age of 4 children is such that it allows the potentials to be developed later if we invest and stimulate them properly. Of course, if we notice some anomalies in terms of mental development, in terms of physical issues, as many as 70% of such children will go fully on track with fully adequate further development. And that's why this call for action was really a call for intersectoral, for ministries actually, and UNICEF was really the spiritus movens at each of our steps. So we decided to work together on these issues. What was another stimulating factor and accelerating factor? So the UN agenda, 2030 agenda with the 17 goals, in the first 4 goals, it focuses on poverty, with a particular focus on the importance of children's poverty. Nutrition, once again, with a special focus on children's nutritional problems, the issues of children's health and the issue of upbringing of children, including the educational programs in the preschool period. I understood, and my colleagues understood back then, that actually if each one of us works in silos separately, we will have partial success. So if one child in one kindergarten from one family who can come from a hypersensitive environment, so if this child is particularly sensitive, whether this is a Roma child, whether this is a child with developmental disabilities, whether this is a child from a street situation, this child needs to be in everybody's focus. If the Center for Social Work, with their social instructions and measures that they have, and with their financial support to families, to children's caregivers, we also have healthcare institutions with all their instruments that they have, through the visiting nurse service, through the children's counseling units in primary healthcare centers, and we, through our preschool teachers in education, in the earliest period up to the age of 3, when preschool teachers should educate also parents in a way about how important it is to monitor the child, how important it is to invest emotionally in the child, how much love the child needs. So all of us actually agreed that if we focus on this together, if we focus on one child together, if we make a model for one child, this will facilitate the work of all the systems so they can work with positive goals, and this will bring a safe future for the child when they become an adult in the future. It wasn't that simple and that easy. Very quickly we agreed at the government level and the national level. We very quickly agreed on everything, but this model needed to be implemented where the children live, in the local self-government units, local communities. And we had the great pleasure, 30 local self-government units absolutely embraced the models that we understood at the national level. UNICEF was really amazing support to provide knowledge to visiting nurses, preschool teachers. We wanted to transfer this knowledge in an adequate way, you know, to people in the Center for Social Work, to social workers. And they were then educating parents. And even today, I'm very proud of this type of activity that we did back then. I would just like to say another thing, that the call for action is still alive today. However, we need to have an action plan separately and a joint action plan. We need to find the ways for evaluation. We need to know what the indicators are. And we also need to have budgets, both the national and the local budgets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you for highlighting the importance of the intersectoral collaboration, but also how important is the investment in early childhood development for the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030. And you also drafted the way forward. I have just one brief question also to you. Now, in your current position as a Minister of Education, how do you see the progress of the inclusive preschool education?
Da, zapravo inkluzivnost je...
Inclusiveness is a crucial component of an integrated approach to children. When it comes to inclusiveness, no single institution and no single environment can achieve that. And I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the importance of collaboration between different stakeholders. The World Bank has provided funding under very favorable conditions to increase capacities and to build new preschool institutions, new modern kindergartens. This was only one phase, thanks to our outstanding cooperation with the World Bank. And then UNICEF joined us in providing good training for all those who actually have contact with children in those kindergartens, on the one hand. On the other hand, we already heard today about the preschool kindergarten framework, Years of Ascent. We have enabled preschool teachers to fill their work with children with completely new messages and new approaches, with constant work with parents and with constant focus on children who need extra effort in order to maximize their future development. So we no longer have classical curricula in our kindergartens. Across Serbia, since the 1st of September 2020, all preschool institutions follow this curriculum framework called Years of Ascent, which means that the inspiration for preschool teachers' work comes from children's creativity. Children from vulnerable groups must have an equal position, and this means that inclusive preschool education is one of the best examples we have when we are talking about the synergy between the World Bank, UNICEF, my ministry, Ministry of Education, and of course the entire government of Serbia. What have we observed? The founders of preschool institutions in our country are local governments. Therefore, without local governments' involvement, we cannot achieve our goals in a satisfactory way. This is why local governments have taken many steps to embark on some uncharted territories. But in order to venture into uncharted territories, you have to take the first step. So we have had only some of the local governments with modern preschool capacities, but nowadays this is the case in almost all local governments in Serbia. They have come to understand that inclusive preschool programs require not only premises and educated staff and good cooperation with parents, but also their involvement, the active involvement of local governments, not only through budgetary allocations, but also through cultural contents which are very diverse from the north of the country, Subotica, to the south of Serbia. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the World Bank, UNICEF and local governments, because the ministry alone, which of course is responsible for preschool education, would not have been able to reach this level that we have today.
Much, Your Excellency, particularly for...
My apologies, just one more remark. I think I have 1 minute left. I haven't used up my 3 minutes. Is that right? Maybe I should highlight the fact that a wide range of analyses have identified that transition from preschool to primary school is a very vulnerable moment for children. And this is where UNICEF, together with the Institute for the Improvement of Education, has created a portal with very good guidelines for how to ensure children go through this period as smoothly as possible. There are guidelines for parents, teachers, and us decision makers. Thank you.
Very much, and particularly for your focus on the most vulnerable children, because they're a substantial part of the human capital of the country. We have heard this morning from the Minister of Health, who also signed the call for action in 2018 about the importance of the early childhood development. And we know that the robust primary healthcare network has ensured that nearly every child in Serbia has access to a pediatrician, and that the new parents are supported by the visiting nurses shortly after childbirth. Parents trust these nurses and they see them as friends.
Jako je značajno kada radite sa samohranom.
I felt very safe when she was there. It is very important when you work with
This was a very good. In fact, a pediatrician usually are the first point of contact when parents face issues with their children. Until the children reach the preschool, this is the system which is mostly accessible and frequently engaged by the parents. So that's why I would like to ask the State Secretary of Health to share her insights on the greatest achievement of addressing parents' needs. Dr. Stashevich-Karlicic, how has this health sector evolved and how you use innovations in order to support the parents?
Thank you. I would like to extend to you the greetings of the entire Ministry of Health, led by Minister Lončar, who has been committed to this area of work already from the time when he signed the call to action. This commitment is even greater now and accompanied by lots of enthusiasm. The greatest wealth of this nation is the healthy individual. We cannot have healthy individuals without healthy children, and this is why we have a wide network of healthcare institutions involved in healthcare for children and families, from the primary to secondary and tertiary level institutions, which are top class and which absolutely provide timely diagnostics and treatment. Of course, our partners, in particular UNICEF and World Health Organization, are owed immense gratitude. a major priority for us is strengthening healthcare and care for children and families at the primary level. So the healthcare system of the Republic of Serbia, from day one, from the first day of life of every citizen of this country, is there for them. It is there for children and parents with the intent to make sure they grow healthy and, of course, if there are any issues, to make sure that any development issues are detected as quickly as possible. I would like to reflect on the previous period. The call for action was signed back in 2018, and I would like to express my satisfaction on behalf of all of us in the ministry with the results achieved thanks to the partnership with UNICEF and WHO. These results concern, first of all, innovations. We have expanded contacts with potential healthcare system users. We have included video counseling. We have the BEBO application. We also have early development screening and promotion of development stimulation during preventive examinations carried out by pediatricians. A major benefit, after all these years of working together, is what we refer to as cross-sectoral cooperation. And this is the embodiment of our intent to make sure that all these systems work as one. The social system, the education system, and the government sectors for demography and family welfare. They are good partners to the Ministry of Health in ensuring healthy children and healthy families. When it comes to expectations, what we expect from our future work together, I must mention the law on healthcare, which is based on the principles of equity, comprehensive access, and accessibility. I believe through our future work together, we can do much more in this area, and this will result in healthier children and healthier families. And from my personal experience, I can say that children grow up so fast and take our positions so quickly, come to the positions to make decisions that are relevant for this country. So, through cross-sectoral cooperation, the Ministry of Health and its partners will continue working because healthy people build a healthy country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kraljic, for emphasizing the crucial role of the healthcare for supporting the parents, and particularly the innovative way in which this has been done over the past 5 years. Turning now to the Ministry of Family and Demography, Minister Stamenkovski. Like many countries in Eastern Europe and on the Western Balkans, Serbia is facing significant challenges in addressing population trends and demography. Your respective ministry has made commendable efforts to enhance the environment for parents raising children, including through various financial support mechanisms, but also through policies aiming at balancing work and family life. And you just mentioned outside one, your new initiative. The importance of improving the quality of life of parents is highlighted in key government strategies. So considering these efforts, my question to you is, how do you perceive what do you perceive as the most effective strategy for enhancing the quality of life of parents and children?
Thank you, dear Diana. Poštovani predstavnici vlade.
Esteemed representatives of the government, esteemed directors, representatives, participants, experts, dear parents, I would like to address you as the most important guests of today's meeting. UNICEF is an organization established almost 8 decades ago, and on that day in 1946, all children in the world received their protector in the field of healthcare, rights, access to education. When I was researching the history of UNICEF, I was surprised when I learned that our country is the first country that received UNICEF aid immediately 1 year after it was established. But already the next year after that, we repaid this debt to UNICEF by becoming the first European country to establish the National UNICEF Committee. And this showed our commitment to take care of our children, of children's rights, of families in general. And I think that this fact shows the character of our people and the mentality of our society in general. Our society was always caring for children and family. And if you look at the Serbian language dictionary, but this is a different kind of dictionary compared to the ones you can find in libraries. So this dictionary was prepared by our phoneticians. You can see that the family is among the 100 most frequently used words in our everyday communication. And this has been like that always. When we want to congratulate somebody, I say, wish all the best to you and to your family. And this shows that we really do not separate individuals from the family environment. And we actually know that for each person, the family is an environment that provides protection, that provides roots, and that the family is the foundation for all of us. And for me, it is very important that UNICEF is opening up a very important topic, the topic of early childhood. And us facing how needed we are to children in those first 1,000 days of their lives. According to studies, 43% of children all around the world, children up to the age of 5, do not have the early childhood conditions that can allow them to have a more prosperous future. This is not a small number, almost half of all children in the world, all children up to the age of 5. That's why it's important for us to see where Serbia stands in this situation. It is my honor to represent the ministry that has this welfare in its name, this word welfare. I mean, we look for the definition of this word, welfare or care. So the definition says that this is a thought process that occurs as a consequence of forecasting danger, which means that we are here to forecast potential dangers when it comes to family and children. And I'm afraid that all of us can confirm that there are some dangers, not only when it comes to the families in Serbia, but when it comes to families and children in entire Europe and entire world. We have recognized as the government of the Republic of Serbia that we can economically empower families and improve their qualities of life, and we can empower the entire family as a foundation, as a place where children are developing. I would just like to show you one chart that could maybe best illustrate what has been done in the past 12 years. I'm not sure you will be able, all of you will be able to see it, but cameras can record it. So in 12 years, we have increased the parental allowance by 14 times. And now with the new amendments to the law on the financial support of families, for the birth of first child, it will amount to 500,000 dinars, and for the birth of the second child, 600,000 dinars. In 2012, for the birth of the first child, families received parental allowance of only 300 euros. So today, with the new amendments, it will go more than 4,000 euros for the first child and so on. So I'm not saying, I don't want you to think that I'm telling only about the positive things. Our child allowance is still very low. So the rights, the procedures for eligibility for child allowance is very complex, and it's almost impossible to fill all the requirements. I mean, even when you do fill the requirements, the child allowance is very modest still. And I talked to the Minister of Finance on this topic. I would like to tell you about this, just so you can have it in mind that we are noticing, we are seeing the problems also we are seeing the things that we still need to fix. And I have to tell you that the Minister of Finance said that the IMF is very strict, so I would like to kindly ask our colleagues from UNICEF to send a kind request to IMF to take into account Serbia's needs and to increase the amount of child allowance in Serbia is aligning its financing with the advisory support and with the International Monetary Fund. I would also like to inform you that our ministry is participating in allocation of funds for buying the first property for families. So these are financial incentives up to 20,000 euros for young married couples. In this way, we are making sure that the families can have their nest, the roof over their head, because we realized in the beginning of our today's discussion that safety is what children need primarily, in addition to love. I would like to also share with you our idea. We want to try to use decentralization of institutions and get closer to children and families. And our ministry is actively working on preparing the project of the Office for Families, which will first be open in bigger city centers, and after that, if they turn out to be a good project, we would open them in other municipalities and in smaller local self-government units. And they would be a service center for families, where families and parents and children with various problems and ideas could come, they could come to them. I would also like to inform you that our ministry has funded and designed a project for 2 cities, family friends. Those are Zrenjanin and Čačak. What have we done in Zrenjanin? We funded the opening of a kindergarten being open on Saturday. Before that, we had a survey. We discussed what is it that could help parents specifically. So if they have to work on a Saturday, they have to quit, in order to take care of the child on a Saturday. And the city of Zrenjanin decided to continue supporting the project that would primarily be supported by the Ministry for Family Welfare. And in Zrenjanin, from September, kindergartens will continue working on Saturdays. In Čačak, we have a series of measures where we are aligning the business community, the business obligations, work commitments with the family obligations. It's very important to build the economy that will be family-friendly and sensitive to the needs of the family. I also think that it is important to say that UNICEF, I think since 2016, my memory with the dates is not that good, so the month of June has been a parenting month from 2016, and it is very important to highlight this with the focus, with another focus that each month of the year and each day of the year should also be a day of the family and a parenting day. Family has a primary responsibility when it comes to future children. And family is the strongest formation in the entire universe, because our family relationships are unconditional. There is no fee except for the mutual love. And that's why family is the most important thing. And it is up to us to give our children wings so they can fly, and to give them a reason to stay in our Serbia, and we all have to be committed to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the good words about UNICEF, and thank you for highlighting your efforts to enhance the support for parents, particularly the financial support measures as one of the important pillars for addressing the demographic challenges. Next, we have in our panel the Ministry of Labour, Employment, Veteran and Social Policy. UNICEF has collaborated with the Ministry over the past 6 years to enhance support and services for children and families in Serbia. And among our main achievements, I can mention the strategy for prevention and protection of violence, of children from violence, strengthening the evidence and justification for banning the physical punishment and the child marriages, also strengthening the skills of the social work professionals in parenting support in early years. So, State Secretary Todorov, how have these initiatives improved the protection of welfare services for vulnerable children particularly?
Dobar dan svima, pre svega veliko mi je zadovoljstvo I čast da...
Good morning. It is my great honor to address you on behalf of the Ministry of Labour, Employment, Veteran and Social Affairs. I would like to extend my greetings to distinguished ministers, UNICEF representative, UNICEF director, and all colleagues from UNICEF, of course. Research clearly shows today that children who are the most disadvantaged are actually the area where social policy can do the most. Because children who are the most disadvantaged benefit the most from ECD programs. The social protection system is recognized as a very important resource whose activities can substantially contribute to supporting children at early ages and their parents or caregivers. I would like to start by saying the theory and practice in social protection testify to a new paradigm, a shift to the family-centered model. The focus of work is shifted from the individual to the family, to strengthen the family so that it could provide a good environment for all its members, including the child, and thereby also the society at large. However, this is a very complex task, and we cannot do it on our own. No single government sector can manage this undertaking on its own. All programs, including ECD, will be effective and sustainable only if they are implemented as cross-sectoral interventions, because all individuals and families are actually our citizens, and it is only together that we can provide high-quality support. However, rapid changes in modern society often impose new challenges which exceed the boundaries of individual systems' mandates. Therefore, system-wide changes take time. UNICEF, as our crucial partner, is better able to keep pace with fast changes and pilot new models, and this all brings important insights about new models and necessary skills and knowledge. The joint results that you referred to are only some of the topics that we addressed because we recognize them as relevant. And they have substantially contributed to guiding our practice in family support. Also, UNICEF's international network is important in order to bring knowledge from across the region in the area of ECD and parenting. And therefore, we are grateful for our cooperation. This is why this conference is proof of how important we are to each other and how much we can do together, how much more we can do together for children and families. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Todorov, particularly for focusing on the most vulnerable children as a substantial part of the human capital of the country. And as Professor Đukić-Dejanović mentioned, the life of children happens in the local communities. So that's why it is important also to hear the Standing Conference of Town and Municipalities. And Mr. Tarburg, dear Nicola, we have been partnering since 2019 to enhance the parenting support programs through intersectoral collaboration at local level. Could you outline the key achievements from the Standing Conference perspectives, particularly how this collaboration influenced the local government policies, practices, budget allocations, and the coordination mechanisms across the municipalities?
Thank you, Diana. Good morning, everybody. Esteemed ministers, esteemed state secretaries, Mr. Pondara, dear friends. I'm here today with you because UNICEF and the Standing Conference started a process, a journey 4 years ago, and hopefully it will continue. And I'm here with you because in the beginning, Regina and later Diana supported this process. I'm here today with you because 30 or 34 local self-government units, people for social centers for social work, people from primary healthcare centers, schools, civil society, in the past 4 years, they worked all worked actively on improving the actions of the local community on ECD and parenting support. I'm here today with you because one Mila, Yelena from UNICEF's team, and particularly for one Sonia, Smina, Maya from the Standing Conference team who have worked on this actively in the past 4 years. I'd like to use this opportunity to thank all of them, because without them and without that I wouldn't be able to talk about our results. So thank you very much, all of you. In the previous 4 years, first in 5 and then in 20 additional local self-government units, our organization, together with UNICEF and with a huge and substantial support from the Lego Foundation, initiated processes that achieved certain results. I will try to present them briefly and to actually underline that this is a foundation for future activities that all of us can continue doing together. In these 34 municipalities, we focused on establishing closer cooperation between precisely those sectors that are here today in this panel discussion with the coordination of the local self-government, and we worked on their joint action to define local policies, measures that need to be implemented in all these municipalities, and finally to define the budgetary allocations, sources of funding for all these measures that they worked on. Our first step was, of course, to establish the situation, state of play in all these municipalities, and to try to support the communication between sectors. In these municipalities, we established a coordination mechanism, coordination body that works with the local authorities and that gathers actually all these sectors: primary health center, center for social work, schools, civil society, local self-government, because they all need to work together on improving all the things that the local self-government can do for supporting early childhood development and parenting. So after that, these people together, and I think this is actually the main results, together they defined the priorities for their communities. We were somebody who helped them from the professional side as some sort of coordinator, and after that, everything that they defined, they integrated in local policies through various documents that, such as local development plans, local action plans for children, public health plans, and other documents that, each in their own way, are related to supporting ECD and parenting. After that, the local self-governments, in line with their financial possibilities, and they've done actually much more than we expected for the first stage of this activity. They actually financially supported through their budgets. They supported numerous measures that were defined by these coordination bodies. So in 4 years, we managed to identify around 100 various measures, bigger or smaller, that local self-governments adopted and started implementing through this process. So we established counseling offices, parenting schools, family centers, parenting corners in preschools. We informed administrative procedures so it can be quicker and more efficient for parents, so they don't have to, as we heard in the beginning. So in this, we don't want them to lose time, to be completely open, yes, to lose time on bureaucracy in this most important part of their lives. We worked on trainings, we trained both people from local self-government units and professionals from various sectors. And I am sure that these professionals are owed the most of our gratitude for everything that we have achieved for our children and young people, because they are our main support as parents. What's important, and I will finish with this, so to answer Diana's question, we set the foundations. Now, in a large number of municipalities we work with, we have the institutional framework, we have a mechanism for cooperation that has existed, of course, before that, but now it is even better, even more intensive. These are the bodies and the local authorities that can now recognize the needs to be involved much more clearer. They can take their part of the responsibility in this process now. We have the programmatic, or let's say the policy foundations in local documents that are important and that the local self-governments have to implement. And finally, and the most importantly, I think, we have a great foundation for communication that has been established and the cooperation that exists now among people. And one colleague from one of the municipalities that we worked just before this event, she said that now they work together to define what needs to change. They understand each other better, and I think this is a very important foundation for our future activities. And we hope that not only with UNICEF's help, but also with the help of the national institutions, we will continue working with municipalities on such mechanisms. We will be introducing new mechanisms and further developing the role of local self-governments to support early childhood development and parenting. Because I mean, how to put this? There are numerous activities, numerous responsibilities of public authorities, but I'm sure that this is maybe the most important responsibility that any public authority has, including local self-governments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicola, for acknowledging the impactful collaboration with UNICEF, but also for acknowledging the personal contribution of every one of our experts, the people who made the change, in fact. Because not only children, but also the experts are a substantial part of the human capital of the country. And talking about the human capital, I'm turning now my eyes towards my good friend, Mr. Pontara, the country director of World Bank. Dear Nicola, why the World Bank, as an international financial institution, prioritize investments in early years? Can you elaborate a little bit on the long-term effects of these investments on sustainable development and the growth of the human capital?
Thanks, Diana. I'm very happy to be here on behalf of the World Bank. And I think we have established by now that early childhood is a crucial part for the cognitive, social, emotional development of children. But in answer to your question, what are the long-term impacts of early childhood education? I can think about three. The first one is on economic growth. I mean, a highly educated, skilled workforce is key for promoting economic growth anywhere. And when we look at Serbia, we often say that this country has managed its macroeconomic framework very well. You know, we look at the debt to GDP ratio, we look at the fiscal deficit and so on, but we also say that Serbia can grow faster. From the 2, 3, 4% per year, this country can grow 6 or 7% per year. And when we look at the growth in the last 20 years and we decompose it, and to simplify, you can look at growth as being contributed by physical capital, human capital, and innovation. We look that in this growth equation, there is room for expanding a lot the contribution that human capital can play. And you might ask, how do you determine that? And we look also at the labor force participation, and we compare Serbia with its peers in the European Union. You see that, for instance, Serbia still has a gap in terms of the female labor force participation, or the labor force participation of young adults, or the labor force participation of ethnic minorities. So that's why it's important to think about the education of girls, of the most disadvantaged community, as we discussed here today. Which brings me to the second point. So the first point is impact on growth. The second point is the impact that early childhood education has on equity and poverty. At the World Bank, we monitor the incidence of poverty, which is the proportion of the people who live below the poverty line in any country in the world. And Serbia has done very well. It reduced the incidence of poverty dramatically in the past 20 years. But we can see that inequality is still an issue. So early childhood education has an incredible equalizing effect, because it gives the opportunity to all children to being equipped with the skills that are necessary to succeed in life. And the third long-term impact is the impact of the kids themselves. I mean, when you look at kids that had the opportunity to access good quality early childhood education, they will have in life a higher chance of get better educational attainments, better health outcomes, better wages, which is also important, and an upward social and economic mobility. So the bottom line of this first point that I wanted to make is that investing in early childhood education is a smart thing to do, and as we heard it this morning from the keynote speaker from UNICEF, if you invest $1 in early childhood education, you can get back as much as $14 from your investment. And I'm very glad that in Serbia we are involved with our important project since 2010, this inclusive early childhood education and care project that we support with the Ministry of Education. But before I get there, I want to say that the bank in fact supports globally more than 300 projects on early childhood education in 98 countries for a total portfolio of nearly $20 billion. But get back to Serbia, and I want to thank the Minister of Education for the kind words. We've been working very close with her, with the ministry, with the government of Serbia since 2018 with this project that I just mentioned, and we achieved notable results. The minister has made my job much easier because she already mentioned some. Maybe I'll mention three. The first one, we managed, in collaboration with the authorities, to expand access to early childhood education for 10,000 children. We have helped train 21,000 teachers in the new preschool curriculum that the minister has referred to. And we also, very importantly, work with parents, and we help train and improve the knowledge and parental skills of more than 600 parents across 34 local self-governments in Serbia. So let me stop here, Diana. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Nicola, for highlighting the long-term effects. In fact, investing in early childhood, through investing in early childhood development, we are paving the way for a strong human capital that can ensure the sustainable economic growth and the country prosperity as a result. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard a remarkable story of success since the call for action in 2018. But it is also important to recommit and to hear the vision for the next 5 years. So I will briefly ask, really for 1 minute, every one of the panelists to highlight what are the key actions or strategies that you foresee for the next 5 years. I'll start with Professor Đukić-Dejanović.
I'm convinced that if you meet in the next 5 years, the result that we will have is much more expressed love, understanding, care and warmth of parents and everybody who participates in upbringing of children from the earliest age, and that we will be proud of this result. I'm convinced that the future generations will go very well through these first steps, and they will achieve their goals as soon as they become aware that they do have their own goals. And I'm convinced that Serbia will be a country of primarily a huge number of children who will become adults, who will be carrying the social life, who will be much more successful than us, precisely because they have all these contents that we discussed today.
Dr. Krličić?
Well, the expectations and messages and promises from the Ministry of Health are related not only to the striving to improve the health care of children, but we also want to improve the health care of all citizens. We are continuing to build up our healthcare system. We are building hospitals. We are renewing the equipment. We are hiring doctors, nurses, from the primary to the tertiary level. The healthcare system is going forward with huge strides in line with the firm and consistent policy of the Republic of Serbia, healthcare for everybody. Because for the Republic of Serbia, for the government of the Republic of Serbia and for the Ministry of Health, health of every person is the biggest resource that this country can have. And nothing is expensive when it comes to investing in healthcare. We're continuing together. I would like to thank UNICEF, WHO, and I would like to thank all the partners. Health is the responsibility of each one of us as individuals and as a society. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Stamenkovski.
I truly believe that family is a community, a unity that doesn't have an alternative, and that the decision of the government of the Republic of Serbia to strategically set goals when it comes to empowering families, this will definitely give certain results in the next 5 years. The sector that I'm heading is an interesting one because it addresses a topic that can give full results only in one of the following decades. But it is up to us to work today so that tomorrow future generations can feel this betterment, and I am sure that the entire team of the government of the Republic of Serbia will be involved in that and will be working on empowering the families, and will try to guarantee a more certain and better future and equal chances for all our children. And in the end, I would like to once again use this opportunity to thank UNICEF for being an international organization, and in the most difficult time in our past, they were together with our society. This is something that the citizens of Serbia will not forget. And I believe that together we will build a much brighter future and care for every child in the Republic of Serbia, because this is the most beautiful task that we have, and we will try to justify this responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. State Secretary Todorov?
What we are definitely expecting in the next 5 years is with all these strategies, with all the declarations, and with this goal for supporting ECD that we talked about today, and with the intersectoral cooperation that we mentioned, because caring for children in early childhood, this is the task for all of us. We all have to care for children. In order for children to be satisfied and happy in the early days and in the early months, it is important for children to have healthy parents. Parents need to be satisfied with their jobs, with their income. They need to live in a peaceful and stable environment and a society that is prosperous, that is making progress. And precisely because of that, the goal and the task for each one of us is to provide, each from our point of view, to provide as much as we can and to give the parents as much as we can. We want to make parents happy. We want our children to be raised and to grow up in a positive society and positive environment. And therefore, we will have a well-being for the entire society here and in the region and even beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tarbuk?
The future starts now, in 2 or 3 minutes, as far as I'm concerned. So we will continue to work very actively with our members based on the experience that we've had from the previous phase. We will transfer the knowledge to other local self-governments. They are very interested. Other municipalities are very interested in learning about the results that we've had, learning about what municipalities did. We will provide support from this side, and we will try to agree with our partners for some new project-based support with the direct work from municipalities. We will continue with the advocacy on the needs for the local self-governments to be the main engine of local communities, the main engine for all policies in this area. And I'm really glad that today at this panel we heard that this has been recognized as such. We will advocate for even more integrated services in various sectors so they can be more efficient and cost-effective, so that the beneficiaries of service, every family and every child, can receive the services from the local government in the most efficient way. So everything that we have been doing so far, we will continue doing it, and hopefully in 5 years, all of you will be able to say that the local self-government is better than it is today or yesterday, and then it will be tomorrow, and I'm convinced it will be like that. And our organization, when it comes to the topic of ECD and parenting, our organization has put this into our strategic plan, and it will remain in our strategic plan. As far as we are concerned, we will be here always, continuously. We will be working with municipalities, and I believe that all of us together will be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. And last but not least, Mr. Pontara.
So in my view, 3 things. First, continue to expand access to good quality preschool education, continuing to focusing on the most vulnerable communities and on the home environment, which is of fundamental importance. So that's number 1. Number 2, expand this highly successful approach that you have developed so far to primary school. And as you mentioned, Minister, managing this transition between preschool and primary is of fundamental importance, and we need to focus on that. And third, strengthen this interdisciplinary, multi-sectoral approach to improve children's welfare. We tend to operate in silos sometimes, but we heard it today that we need to work across education, health, family welfare, social protection, local self-governance, so continuing to strengthening this multi-sectoral, multidisciplinary approach will be of fundamental importance, and the bank will of course continue to be engaged with UNICEF, with the EU, with the government of Serbia on all these fronts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicola. And thanks to all of you. You really pictured a very ambitious agenda for the next 5 years. And this discussion today was a clear evidence that there is a need of concrete actions to enhance the early childhood development. And we've heard from the panelists a strong call to secure intersectoral collaboration, which the clear leadership from the Ministry of Health to ensure the comprehensive support of the youngest citizens of this country. Building on the call for action 2018 on its priorities, now it's our imperative to draft the action plan. Thank you, Professor Djukic-Dejanovic, for mentioning this. We need now an action plan with clear indicators and with budget allocations for this. Our focus, of course, should remain the most vulnerable, as State Secretary State Secretary Todorov mentioned, and family is the center of our work, supporting of the parents. Now, as we move forward, it is our collective responsibility, all this vision that we've heard today, to turn it into tangible actions. I would like to thank all of you for your insights and mostly for your commitment to continue working together. And UNICEF will stand a trusted partner to support your efforts. Thank you.
Hvala puno.
Thank you very much, distinguished ministers, state secretaries, and our dear collaborators and partners. It is excellent to hear words of commitment already at the beginning of the conference. We are only about 2 hours into the conference, and we have heard commitments that will greatly enhance the quality of policies and services for children and families. We are now moving on to the second panel. The second panel is focused on our experiences from the region. It will gather our friends from Turkey, Romania, Montenegro, Ukraine, and we will also have an opportunity to hear about experiences from Ireland. I would like to invite our colleague Evelina Borisova, Early Childhood Development Advisor at the UNICEF Regional Office, and all panelists in the second panel to join us on the podium.
Što ja ne mogu?
Hear me? Yes? No? No? That's better. Okay. The morning is almost over, but we still have the energy of the morning, I hope. Very nice to be with you today, and very happy to be moderating the second session, still focused on the first P of our program. Let's see if we remember the 3 Ps: policies, practices, and partnerships. So we're still in our policies part of the panel, and my name is Evelina Borisova. I am the Early Childhood Development Advisor for Europe and Central Asia. I have the privilege and honor to work with many of your countries, including with Serbia, and also to be moderating this session on policy coordination for the early years. It's a very exciting panel. And I'm just going to say a couple of words to set it up before I introduce the amazing experts that we have with us. One, We've seen a lot of wonderful videos already in the morning, and I always like to kind of ground us into the realities of the region. We've already heard this morning that there's about 20 million young children under the age of 5. At this very moment, some of them are holding a spoon for the first time, some of them are smiling or laughing for the first time, some of them are kicking a ball for the first time. And what these children need, as we heard already, are actually 5 things. They need good health, good nutrition, safety and protection, quality early learning environments, and most importantly, responsive caregivers around them to provide a lot of the support. But those 5 things, they all imply services and programs. And those services and programs do not come from one ministry, as we have already heard very clearly articulated by the Serbian colleagues. They come from many ministries, and in particular, ministries of health, education, social welfare, ministries of families. And those services imply coordination. And this is one of the biggest areas of work for the region, and many countries, I'm very, very happy to know that many countries are making incredible headway in the area of policy and intersectoral coordination when it comes to the early years, but there's still some ways ahead of us. So this session today, following on the very inspiring session 1, where we heard about the progress that Serbia is making in the area of coordination and action plans for young children, is really to demonstrate what's possible, but also to reflect together on common challenges across the region. Because policy coordination is about commitment, it's about a common vision, but it's also continually solving challenges together to make sure that the vision that we have for policies is actually implemented on the ground. So that's the setup for our panel. Who we have with us today, and I'm very pleased that we have 5 countries who are all making a lot of strides in the area of policy coordination. We have all the way from Ireland joining us remotely, Ms. Joanne McGarry from the Parenting Support Policy Unit at the Government of Department of Children, Equality, Disability, Integration and Youth. I hope, Joanne, you're with us. We're very sorry that you're not here with us in the room, but we very much look forward to hearing from you. Joanne is also our keynote speaker for the panel, and I'll say in a minute why. We have with us Milica Markovic from Montenegro. She's the advisor to the Directorate of Healthcare in the Ministry of Health. There, you can just wave your hand. We have with us from Turkey, Ms. Dile Kokali from the Presidency of the Strategy and the Budget Agency. Welcome. We have Mr. Valentin Sorin Propescu. He's the head of the policy unit in the Ministry of Education in Romania. Welcome. And all the way from Ukraine, Ms. Ola Boyko. She's the lead on Social Service Technical Task Force Group in the National Coordination Center for Family Upbringing and Child Development. Thank you for joining us today. And we have a wonderful translator for Turkish in particular. Now, I think we're ready to start our session. And it is a journey that will take us through 5 different countries and hopefully a way to reflect back on some of the common lessons learned and challenges. Joanne, I'm very happy to give the floor first to you because I know I'm not the only one. There's many of us who have long admired Ireland's efforts and really tremendous commitment to making the early years at the heart of the national strategy for children and families. And we've heard you speak in a few other occasions before, and we thought it would be incredibly inspiring to hear a little bit more about Ireland's journey in a whole government approach towards young children and families. So I'm very pleased to give the floor to you first to share a little bit about the strategy as well as the parenting model that you're in the process of implementing. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. I'm delighted to be here. It's a real honor. Thank you so much for the invitation. So I'm, as you said, I work in the Department of Children in Ireland, and within the Department of Children we have a dedicated parenting support policy unit. So I'm going to speak to you a little bit about how in Ireland we have moved away from the concept of standalone parenting interventions to a multi-sectoral approach, including many actors from across government and non-statutory actors, where we're seeing really far-reaching positive outcomes of our parenting interventions across many Irish government departments. And I'm going to try and explain, hopefully in a clearer way, the architecture and the governance structures behind these strategies. But I just to say initially, I was really struck by the title for this session around ensuring the best start in life for children in the region. So I'm hoping that this presentation will show you that in Ireland, despite that lovely introduction, we still face many challenges, but we really are striving to achieve that, the best start in life for children in the region. So I'm just briefly going to say a little bit about the department that I work in. It's got a lovely long title, but its vision is a fair, equal and inclusive society where rights are respected and where everyone can achieve their potential. And the mission of the Department of Children in Ireland is to enhance the lives of everyone in Ireland from childhood onwards by upholding rights, promoting equality of opportunity, recognising diversity and delivering supportive legislation, policies and services. So to tell the story of Ireland's approach to early years development and most importantly, I guess, for this session, parenting support services, I'm going to start with the policy architecture, which I hope I'll be able to lay out clearly for you. So in Ireland, the national policy framework for better outcomes for children and young people that ran from 2014 to 2020 was called Better Outcomes, Brighter Futures. And this was targeting the age range of 0 to 24. Its vision was, because it's now an old strategy, was for Ireland to be one of the best small countries in the world in which to grow up and raise a family, and where the rights of all children and young people are respected, protected and fulfilled, where their voices are heard and where they are supported to realise their maximum potential now and in the future. And one of the 6 transformational goals of that policy, which was to lead to better outcomes for children and young people, was to support parents. So a follow-on strategy from Better Outcomes, Brighter Futures, a constituent strategy, was First 5, which my colleague Anne-Marie Brooks spoke to you about at a previous conference. First 5 was and is, it's a 10-year whole of government strategy for babies, young children and their families, and it runs until 2028. The vision of First 5 is that children have good health that starts at antenatal stage. Children have time with their parents in a nurturing and playful home environment where material needs are met. Children have high quality, play-based early learning and care experiences and have positive transitions to primary school. And we want this to occur in a community context that is diverse and supportive. So it's a big task, but in order to ensure maximum support in all of these areas of government, we needed a well-functioning, integrated, cross-sectoral early childhood system. And the First 5 strategy sets out how to develop that. This slide, it's a busy image, but I think it's fabulous to see the ambition or the vision of any strategy visualized like this. I think it's very helpful to see where we want to get to with a strategy, but it shows the story we'd like to tell about early childhood in Ireland, I guess, by the end of the strategy. So if you start at the beginning of the blue shape, you'll see healthy childhood from pregnancy, moving on to time together with parents, especially in the first year, a nurturing, playful home environment, high quality play-based early learning and care experiences, and leading on to transitions to primary school. So while the previous slide is an illustration of the ambition of First 5, this slide in front of you is more about what First 5 will do in order to realise that vision. So just a couple of points just to note here. Families will be assisted to enable and enabled to nurture babies and young children and support their development. Those providing services for babies, young children and their families will be equipped to contribute to their learning. And in the community context, we will help babies and young children make the most of their early years and fulfill their potential. So I thought this slide might be helpful just in terms of the implementation structures for First Five, just to show how this cross-government approach has been taken for this strategy. So these governance structures that you see in front of you were located within the national policy framework called Better Outcomes, Brighter Futures, which ended in 2020. And they're now located within the current policy framework, which is called Young Ireland. And I'll refer to this a little later. It's just trying to set the scene of where the governance structures lie. But these structures that you see enable a coherent approach to services and supports affecting babies, young children and their families. The structures include the voices of children and young people, which is so important. And it connects national policy, local planning and service delivery. So if you just go to the second box from the top, you'll see that the oversight and accountability for the implementation of First Five rests with the Cabinet Committee on Children and Education. And this is chaired by Ireland's Taoiseach, which is our Prime Minister, and our Taoiseach, two Irish words. The Taoiseach is our Deputy Prime Minister, and various other government ministers sit on that Cabinet Committee. Below that, a senior officials group supports the implementation of the programme for government, which includes commitments aligned to First Five and Young Ireland, which is our current policy framework. And they have a specific focus on child poverty and well-being. And the members of the senior officials group are from across all relevant government departments. Down to the orange box at the bottom, the First Five implementation team. This is the group that I suppose does a lot of the coordination, and they monitor the implementation of First Five, and they ensure the necessary infrastructure is in place to support the implementation. And then the other orange box down the bottom is an interdepartmental group, which is so important because it's where commitments lie at department level, and each department is responsible for progressing and reporting on their assigned actions. And that interdepartmental group meets biannually to develop an annual report on the implementation of the strategy. So within First Five, there were 5 big steps, one of which was parenting support, which it's fantastic to have it named in a strategy like this, and named in such, within one of those first 5 steps. It's fantastic to see parenting there. So the parenting action associated with this was to establish a dedicated parenting support policy unit within the department, which is where I sit, and that was established in 2018. And that unit within the department was tasked with developing a national model of parenting services, from universal to targeted provision. And that model was launched in 2022, and I'm responsible for its implementation currently. So just some reflections from those who took part in the initial formation and development of the First Five strategy, which may be helpful for some of you who are involved in similar processes, developing national policy frameworks or including a parenting dimension in an existing policy. And I think many of these will be familiar to any of us who have engaged in any type of policy or strategy development. I think probably creating space for collaboration and the importance of consultation and continuous communication being the key ones that would certainly jump out at me. So just at this stage in the presentation, just to try and summarise my story of Ireland so far, which is Ireland's previous national policy framework for children and young people, Better Outcomes, Brighter Futures, which is for age 0 to 24, whose vision was for Ireland to be one of the best small countries in the world in which to grow up. Its constituent strategy, First Five, which is for 0 to 5-year-olds, which wants all babies and young children's early years to be valued as a critical and distinct period. That then led to a commitment to develop a national parenting model. So I hope that kind of trajectory is clear. I'm now just going to talk a little bit about the development of the national model of parenting support services in Ireland. which, as I said, I'm currently implementing. So the national model seeks to improve services by setting out a shared vision with agreed principles and shared goals to promote a cohesive, joined-up national approach across different sectors. The national model also seeks to strengthen and develop mechanisms for effective coordination, cooperation and collaboration, all with the ambition of delivering better outcomes for parents and their children. As we all know, and has been said in the earlier session, parents play a critical role in influencing their children's lives. Parenting has been shown to influence children's social and emotional development, as well as their behaviour, education and physical health. And I believe that the development of this national model was an important step in realising Ireland's commitment to support parents and their children. So this slide that you see in front of you, it charts the collaborative process undertaken by a core team within the Parenting Support Policy Unit between 2020 and 2022 to develop the national model. The project team engaged with providers of parenting support services in Ireland and carried out a review of international approaches to parenting support services. A collaborative working group of 12 members were identified to develop the model. The members consisted of a wide range of organisations involved in developing, funding and delivering parenting support services in Ireland, and that included many NGOs, which were a vital source of advice and guidance to us in the development of the model. Parents, children and young people were consulted, and the model was informed by Irish and international research on the support needs of parents and on the role of parents in achieving better outcomes for children. The model was also informed by the parenting challenges and stresses faced by parents and their children as a result of COVID. And in fact, the model was developed during COVID, so it was all done virtually, which must have been not an easy task. So the vision of the model is that all parents are confident and capable in their parenting roles, helping to achieve the best outcomes for children and families. The model is about parenting skills and confidence. It's not, I need to stress, and we regularly have to say this in conversations with other departments in Ireland, the model is about parenting skills and confidence. Parents having more skills, more confidence to be better parents, to have better outcomes for their children. It's not about other types of parenting supports that exist, like financial supports or housing supports. So that's a clear distinction that we make within the model. The goals of the model are for greater awareness and access to parenting support services, more inclusive parenting support services, and more needs-led and evidence-informed parenting support services. The model has 5 themes and 23 actions under those themes. I won't go through the 5 themes in detail, but you can see governance and policy, which relates to accountability and oversight mechanisms. Empowering parents, this is about involving parents, giving them choice, building on their strengths. Needs-led supports, this is about ensuring supports are evidence-based and meet parents' needs. So we have a very strong focus on evidence in terms of funding different types of parenting supports. There has to be an evidence base. D is about communications, the promotion of available support services to parents, because there is a lack of awareness, unfortunately, about the
developed.
Thank you for becoming our friend, because without your friendship, we would not have been able to achieve this goal of creating this strategy. The ECD development strategy was adopted by the government of Montenegro late last year in October. It was developed through a cross-sectoral approach, which means that we created a kind of strategy before strategy together with UNICEF. It involved several ministries, and the people involved were mainly people who are committed to early childhood development. The strategy put ECD as a priority of the Montenegrin government, and this year 1.2 million euros was allocated for it. It may not sound like a lot of money, but it is a lot of money for a country like Montenegro, and it shows how important it is for us to make sure that we invest in children. As Mr. Perks said, it is important that the child is safe, loved, fed, which is also very important, and it is demonstrated through our 3 strategic goals. The first strategic goal is to make sure that we have a harmonized, coordinated ECD system. What does this mean? This means that cross-sectoral cooperation has been a great challenge for us. The information system has also been a challenge. A problem that we observed in Montenegro is as follows. A nurse, as a nurse who worked in with preterm babies for 15 years, noticed that children come for interventions too late. We have seen how important it is to intervene early because of the development of children's brains. We have had cases where children entered intervention at age 3 or even later than that. So we prioritized health. The Ministry of Health became the leader of the strategy to make sure that children enter early interventions as early as possible in partnership with parents. Awareness raising was also very important under Strategic Goal 1. This was also done through our friendship with UNICEF. We focused on home visits. As Mr. Perks pointed out, it is essential to provide home visits to every child and to make sure the child is visible in the healthcare system and followed from conception. So we designed activities which involved training all healthcare workers about the importance of early development, nutrition, healthcare, and this was also covered by Strategic Goal 1. Strategic Goal 2 foresees that ECD services are equally accessible in all stages of the child's development, together with empowering the families. In Montenegro, we established a Center for Autism back in 2018, and we observed that treatment did not give results because it was done separate from families. So again, through our friendship with UNICEF, we activated a pilot project in 2 municipalities, Bielopolje and Kotor, where family-centered early interventions were delivered. This pilot gave excellent results. So now, under the strategy, we have funding allocated to further strengthen these primary care facilities. And of course, we have Strategic Goal 3 to make sure that the ECD system has adequate resources for adequate functioning. This is the greatest challenge because it is political rather than field work oriented. It is a challenge to ensure sufficient staff numbers. I think this is a challenge shared by all the countries in the region. We simply do not have enough staff, and this is a priority. That would be it, briefly. The greatest challenge, which I always point out as somebody who works in the field, is prevention. Prevention is politically invisible or politically unattractive. It is not interesting to politicians because if you prevent something that nobody can see it, and therefore it is essential to raise awareness of parents and politicians that early investment is vital. Again, as Mr. Perks said, I keep quoting him because he gave a really impressive presentation. I also have 2 children at home, and when I work with other children, I never forget what I have at home. So investment in children is vital. The Bebo application is also important. We also have it and we promote it everywhere. We are fortunate that we are a small country, and culturally, We are a tight-knit community, everybody knows everybody, so in this national body that monitors strategy implementation, we have people who are deeply committed to all this. Without your help, we would not have succeeded, so thank you for that. And the vision of our strategy in partnership with parents and with UNICEF is to achieve the goals set by our strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Milica. Thank you, very inspiring and a lot of really good reminders for us. And thank you for also starting to get us into the challenges, because I'll ask this to all of us at the end to quickly share common challenges that we have. And I think you've pointed to some very important ones, including the budget and the political visibility of prevention, which is really important for this area of work. So thanks a lot.
Ja se nadam da će nam budžet biti i za sljedeću.
Hopefully the budget for the next year will be a bit bigger, but definitely we are working on fulfilling all these activities every day.
Thank you so much. I'm going to turn now to Turkey. Turkey is another country where you've made a lot of progress in bringing ministries together around a common vision and agenda for young children. Tell us where you are in the process. And I know that we have a translator with us, so we will go one by one. Over to you.
Thank you. Merhabalar. Ben Cumhurbaşkanlığı Strateji Bütçe Başkanlığı'nda çalışıyorum. Kurum olarak uygulayıcı bir birim değiliz ve genel olarak plan program yapmakla ve bütçe dağıtmakla sorumlu bir kurumuz.
As you may know, my name is Diletko Kalisanalmis and I work for the Presidency of Strategy and Budget Agency in Government of Turkey. And our main goal is to make plans, to plan these activities.
Bizim erken çocukluk stratejisi belgesi çalışmalarımızda yine UNICEF'in katkıları ki Regina burada, ona da çok teşekkür ediyorum. Bizim ülke direktörümüzdü ve onun ekstra çalışmalarıyla başladı aslında.
I'm very pleased to say that we work together in Turkey and that we share our common policies with you.
Bir gün UNICEF temsilcisi ve bir akademisyenle beraber Türkiye'de bir erken çocukluk strateji belgesi hazırlanması gereği ve bunu da aslında icracı bakanlıklardan değil de daha üst bir kurumun yapması konusunda bizimle konuşmaya geldiler.
We gathered together to make a policy and strategy in Turkey along with the UNICEF for monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of early years plans and techniques.
Ve çalışmalarımıza başladık. Bunun önemli bir konu olduğunu biz zaten biliyorduk. Planlarımızda da yer alıyordu. Daha sonra en önemli gördüğümüz 3 bakanlıkla, Milli Eğitim, Sağlık ve Aile Bakanlığı'yla küçük bir grup yapıp çalışmalarımıza başladık.
And we formed a group with 3 ministries in Turkey, like a small group to work on these matters.
Herkes çocuk alanında pek çok alanda çalışıyordu fakat hiç kimsenin ortak bir amacı, ECD alanında bir ortak amacı yoktu.
They all work with young children, but they don't have common goals. That's the reason why we are together.
Ülkemiz çok büyük bir ülke, büyük bir nüfusa sahibiz. 86 milyon kişi var ve bunun yaklaşık 1/4'ü çocuk.
As you may know, Turkey is a big country. We have more than 80 million citizens, and every family has 4 children, approximately.
Bu kapsamda faaliyetlerimiz ve alan çok geniş olduğu için güçlerin birleştirilmesi ve ortak bir plan etrafında çalışılması tüm bakanlıklar için çok uygun görüldü ve çalışmalarımıza başladık.
And that's the reason why we put our plans into action, because it's a huge undertaking.
İlk yaptıklarımız her bakanlığın farklı bir dili vardı. Aynı şeyi söylediğimizde hepimiz aynı şeyi anlamıyorduk. Ortak bir dil oluşturmaya çalıştık.
First of all, I had a notion that we all spoke different languages in different ministries, and our first goal was to establish one common language.
Her bakanlığın yaş grubu farklıydı. Kimi bakanlık 0-3 yaşla ilgilenirken kimisi 3 yaşın üstüyle ilgileniyordu.
And certain ministries, they deal with citizens who are older than 60 years of age. Others are dealing with citizens who are older than 30 years of age.
Zamanla kendimize ait bir sözlük yaptık. Herkes aynı dili konuşabilir hale geldi.
And in time, we developed our common phrase book that we share among us, so we can understand each other better.
Çalışmalarımız daha sonra genişleyerek gitti. Artık erken çocukluk gelişiminin alt başlıkları konusunda uzmanlaştık. Hepimiz aynı bilgi düzeyine sahip olduk.
And therefore, we share the same information among our ministries, especially when it comes to effectiveness of our early years program.
Daha sonra stratejik planımızı, grubumuzu genişleterek STK'ları, diğer kamu kurumlarını ve üniversiteleri dahil ettik.
So we include in our programs other NGO organizations and local governments.
Stratejik planımızın yazım çalışmalarını tamamladıktan sonra tüm kurumlarla ve kişilerle paylaşıp görüşlerini aldık.
So when we develop our programs, we put it into a paperwork and we spread the paperwork to our colleagues.
Şu anda da imza aşamasında son aşamadayız. Hani 1-2 hafta içinde imzalanmasını bekliyoruz.
Hopefully in next 2 or 3 weeks we are in the final stage of signing these documents.
Thank you so much. I must say, you make policy making look easy, the way you describe it. It's beautiful. And the idea of a child policy being a common language for young children that brings ministries together around young children is beautiful. So thank you for giving us that nice visual.
Tabii bu 3 yıllık bir çalışma aslında ama süremizin kısıtlı olması ve tercüme nedeniyle kısaca anlatmaya çalışıyorum. Kusura bakmayın.
Because of translations, my apologies, because it's a fruit of 3 years long adventure.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm going now to move to Romania, moving just a little bit to the other country. Valentin, thank you for joining us. I know that Romania is one of the few countries in the region that has a parenting national strategy, and this is very, very exceptional and very interesting for a conference that brings young children and parents together. Tell us a little bit about the strategy, and especially a little bit around the coordination side of it, and how did you bring policymakers together around it? Over to you.
Thank you very much for your invitation. I am happy to be here. Indeed, we talk about the Romanian strategy for supporting parents. This strategy was developed based on the stipulation of the new law of pre-universitary education. This law was adopted in September 2023. The strategy aims to improve parental skills in order to exercise responsibilities regarding the upbringing, care, development and education of children from 3 perspectives: education, social and health. This strategy was developed within a partnership between the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Family, Youth and Equal Opportunity, Ministry of Labor and Social Solidarity, and Ministry of Health. The most involved non-governmental collaborator in the development of the strategy was UNICEF Romanian Office. Thank you, UNICEF Romania. The strategy encouraged partnership between parents association and institution, as well between parents and professionals. And the Romanian governmental effort will be complemented by those of private service providers and non-governmental institutions. This effort intends to increase parent access to quality information and counseling, assistance, and training services tailored to specific needs, with priority given to parents from disadvantaged backgrounds. In this strategy, the asymmetrical character of the professional-parents relationship is recognized. Professionals involved in parent support do not have the ability to substitute the parental role, so they have a firm duty to respect parents, to value them, and to strengthen their role. The strategy is developed in accordance with the priority highlighted in European strategic document, and we have 2 levels of the parental support. First level refers to informational educational service that are meant to help parents to prevent or manage the parents who have general difficulty with your children. The second level consists of practical applicative services for parents whose children have specific needs. Important behavioral problems, serious school difficulty combined with family problems, do not have adequate housing, have special education needs or disabilities, mental health problems, are migrants, or in alternative care. The strategy aims to develop the joint active involvement of women and men alike in the upbringing, care, protection, and education of children. Also, it tends to achieve a balance between private and professional life. We encourage fathers to get more involved. The strategy refers to promoting some results. Some result expected refers to promoting the positive parenting model, reducing the phenomenon of social exclusion, bullying, addiction to alcohol, cigarette, drugs, technology, family, and school dropout, separation of the child from the family and violence, development of children's emotional intelligence, increased access to information and service, and more. The sources of founding of the strategy are different. The Cohesion European Policy Programs 2021-2027, the state budget, the local budget, own funds of NGOs, the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, and others. The stakeholders, many stakeholders involved in the implementation of this strategy, like school inspectorates, county center of education resources and assistance, directorates of labor and social solidarity, social assistance and child protection directorate, public health directorates, federation and parents association, non-governmental organization, local public administration. At the end, about the coordination and the implementation of this strategy, we plan to monitor and evaluate this strategy in coordinated work and effectiveness on early childhood development programs. All activities of this measure of the strategy will be coordinated by an interministerial committee with representatives for the 4 partner ministries. At the level of each ministry, a commission will be organized and representative of NGO, civil society, academia, and other interested actors will be part or can be involved. At the county of local level, the local public administration authorities will organize executive structure, local executive structure, that include representatives from the social, education, and health fields. And the necessary data for monitoring and evaluation will be collected through the national platform, electronic platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for already going into what is the next part of our discussion, which is from strategy development to strategy implementation. There's a lot of steps along the way, and I think Ireland has already demonstrated how governance, how responsibility and accountability comes to life, and you are clearly bringing in the conversation, the monitoring and evaluation, indicators, and really joint accountability into that. So it's wonderful to hear that Romania is a country where we can look to for good practice and learnings in this area. And now I'm turning to Olha. Thank you so much for joining us from Ukraine. I'm very happy that you're with us. I know you're leading crucial work for young children and families in Ukraine under very challenging circumstances. Tell us briefly about Ukraine's Better Care reform and how you're ensuring the right to every child in Ukraine to grow up in a safe family. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I will begin my presentation from one small video. Please, could you show it?
In Ukraine, more than 7 million children have felt the devastating impact of the full-scale invasion, experiencing displacement, poverty, and disruptive access to basic services, deportation, and forcible separation from relatives. Alarmingly, over 27,000 children continue residing in full-time residential care in Ukraine, facing the horrors of war without caring adults or a sense of safety. 80% of these children have at least one living parent. Poverty and lack of access to inclusive services at the local level are common reasons for their placement in institutions. Research spanning over 80 years has shown that children in institutional care are at higher risk of acquiring disability, preventable mortality, and human rights violations. Ukraine is committed to preserving the lives of every child, ensuring family care for all children, and ending reliance on the institutional system.
So in these dramatic circumstances, Ukraine has launched the Better Care reform, and with this reform we want to ensure that every child grows up in safe, firstly emotionally safe environment and caring family. And unfortunately, even before full-scale Russian invasion in Ukraine, we were still a little bit far from this vision. So, with experience of previous other efforts of the reform, we have understood that well-managed coordination is a key of success to the reform. So Coordinational Center for Development of Family Upbringing and Child Care were established last year, and I'm a representative of it. And Coordinational Center is advisory body of the Cabinet of Ministry of Ukraine. Recognizing the urgency of the issue we are living in and the urgency of the Better Care reform, the government of Ukraine, with support of Coordinational Center and also with support of UNICEF, has developed national strategy of the Better Care reform and also national action plan. The first goal of this strategy consists in strengthening of capacity of every family to ensure safe and caring environment for every child in family, and to prevent child being separated from the biological families, as you saw in the video, is still an issue for us. And positive parenting is a cross-cutting vision that penetrates every action under this first goal. And now I just will list several elements of the positive parenting that we are implementing right now in our piloting communities and also trying to implement in whole country. First of them, there are incentives for families like baby boxes and also municipal babysitters for families who are carrying children with disabilities or developmental delay. The second element, these are platforms for service delivering, such as home visiting as a part of primary health care, and also resilience centers that were established in war context. In this resilience center, that are community centers, every individual and every family can obtain psychosocial support and also positive parenting programs, so every family can attend to some training or have some consultation on parenting issue. The third element is the minimal package of social services and benefits, and this integrated services. And almost every service of this package, and there are 9, have some components of positive parenting, and they begins from preventive work, for example, in consultation, to deeper targeted individual work with families where there is a risk of some or lack of parental competencies, so we should work more deeply with them. And the service that I'm talking about, we call it family mentoring, to ensure different approach to families, not just directive, but also empowering and skill-building approach. And the first element, and very important, is the development of referral system and also of case management. Case management took all spheres, all sectors together in a single one. And despite of the circumstances we are in, we are trying to grow and to change. And the last week I participated in a training, I opened it. It was for providers of social services for families for children with disabilities. And there were some providers who work in distance less than 100 kilometers from the frontline zone, and they still was trying to learn something new to improve their quality. And for me, it's our victory that we try to live and we not let our enemies to stop us, to have dignity and to have our identity and quality life. Thank you for everybody who supports Ukraine.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Olha. It's wonderful to hear the amazing progress you're making, even despite challenging circumstances. We cannot do justice of the incredible work that's happening across these countries and across the region as well, but I would like to take maybe 1 minute from each of you for one more question. And I will actually start with Joanne. Joanne, I see that you're back with us. You got cut off at the very end of your presentation, so I think we managed to hear the 5 principles and the 5 core pillars of the parenting model. I would like to come back to you around challenges, because a big part of what we're hearing is that the process of policy coordination is not easy, even though some of our panelists are making it look very easy. We know Ireland has been at it for quite some time. Can you just share one key challenge and perhaps one solution that would be very useful for colleagues who are just starting on this journey? Over to you.
Sure. Sorry about connection issues there, but I was almost at the end of the presentation, so I think you got the most of it. So I think when I was thinking about the challenges question, I thought I would give quite a practical, I suppose, a practical challenge and a practical solution, which we found both in the development of the national model in Ireland and its rollout. So, and I think it's the issue of communication. And in Ireland, there are, as in many countries represented here, there are some incredible parenting support services available. You know, they're evidence-based, they're needs-led, they're inclusive, they're absolutely fantastic programs, but unfortunately parents are not aware of them. And I think there's a stigma issue, unfortunately, that we're trying to address while we work on our communications. But we identified that, okay, there's not enough services. I'm sure every country would say the same. We don't have enough services, but there are amazing services out there, but parents are not aware of them. So how we've tried to address the challenge of low levels of awareness is, and there's multiple things that we can do, but I just thought I'd share one practical example, is that we've developed pages on the Irish government's website called, coincidentally, Supporting Parents. And those pages contain evidence-based, trustworthy sources of information for parents at every stage of their parenting journey, from pregnancy up to second level and third level in school. So it's a one-stop shop for a parent who needs some support in whatever issue it may be, but the parent knows that the resources that are there are trustworthy. They're, you know, and we try to promote those pages on our department's social channels. We ask all of the stakeholders and the NGOs in the sector to also share on their social channels, to try and ensure that more parents in Ireland are aware of these incredible services that exist. And I think just that issue of stigma, it is there, unfortunately, and that's why in Ireland we try to talk about universal parenting support. So it's obviously parents that need a little bit more support, they should be able to access it. But every parent, regardless of their circumstances, may need support at some stage. So it's that these parenting supports are universal. So to try and remove the stigma, and we talk about parenting in the most positive ways possible to try and remove that stigma, to ensure that more parents are aware. So I just thought that was a kind of a practical challenge and solution to share. I hope that's helpful.
And very important. I think you brought it back down to how do we communicate what's available and ensure that parents not only are aware of it, but also can access it more systematically. Thanks a lot. And now a question for all four of the panelists with me, and it will be it's a fire round. One inspiration or one solution that you want to leave behind to countries, policymakers in this room who haven't yet started the journey of developing integrated policy recommendations, action plans, etc. But we know that there's a lot of thinking because our moderators asked at the very beginning of this conference how many countries have policies or are thinking about it, and there were a lot of blue cards that were raised, which means we have quite a few countries that are really just starting the process and would benefit from a little inspiration from you. In one sentence, you don't need to overthink it. What comes to mind first as a very nice inspiration or solution that you would offer to colleagues who are starting this journey around early years policy development, intersectoral cooperation, and developing of frameworks for the early years. Milica, can I start with you?
Ja ću kratko, jasno.
I will be brief and short. My recommendation for countries that want to work on the strategy is to make a strategy before the strategy. What does this mean? So people who are deeply committed, you need to gather them, and these people need to be on this journey all the way, because these people will create the entire strategy. I mean, with all due respect, politicians change, and it is up to us who are working in partnership with UNICEF, it is up to us to see this through. I think this is the right idea.
Great. Strategy before the strategy. Excellent. And bring people together. Didek, would you like to go next?
Öncelikle ülkemizde yayınlanan son bir araştırma var. Bu araştırmada şunu görüyoruz ki bir çocuk nasıl bir hanede doğarsa o hanenin benzer yapısıyla büyüyor ve gelişiyor aslında. O şansını ve çemberini çok kıramıyor. Bu noktada özellikle ben yoksulluğun çok önemli bir faktör olduğunu düşünüyorum.
I would like to point out that the poverty is one of the key factors in the whole story, because we notice in Turkey when a family in which one child has born, he suffers from the quality of his environment. So.
Bizim bunu kırabilmemizin tek yolu erken çocukluk gelişimine yatırım yapmak ve o çocuklar için bir fırsat yaratmak.
One of the main goals is to create opportunities for children in our early years program.
O yüzden erken çocukluk gelişimine her ülkenin en baştan ciddi yatırımlar yapmasının çok önemli olduğunu düşünüyorum.
And therefore, I strongly support, and I think that the investing in this early child program is of the most of utter importance.
Bir de biz genel olarak çok fazla ülke olarak da böyleyiz, başka ülkelerde de böyledir belki. Çok fazla strateji yapıyoruz ama stratejinin takibini ve izlemesini çok fazla yapmıyoruz.
I can say that we have a lot of different strategies and plans, and I can openly say that it's very hard to plan all of those strategies and plans.
Bence bir plandan ziyade o planın izlenmesi, ona kaynak ayrılması ve süreçlerin etkin ve değişebilir olması önemli.
For me, the more important thing than the plan itself is to surveying that plan, is taking that plan under control and see the consequences of that plan.
That's excellent. Thank you so much. So we have so far a strategy before the strategy. We have evaluation, accountability, and surveillance of a plan. Valentin, add to our solutions and inspirations.
The solutions, I think, depends to national context. But shortly, one continues to consulting the international and European best practices. Two, choosing concrete measure through integrating intervention. And three, access different subject inclusive for parents' personal development.
That's excellent. Very concise and clear. Thank you so much. And thank you for bringing the importance of continuous exchange on best practice, which I think this conference is a great example of as well. Olha, over to you.
If to speak of monitoring and evaluation, I would like to emphasize our effort to gather both qualitative and quantitative indicators and to hear voice of those who attend services or families with children and to hear their satisfaction or less of the services we're trying to develop. And for me, it's also one key of success of the reform and one advice to share for those who haven't begun yet is to rely on those who need the services and to rely on those who has experience of being in need. For example, we work a lot with people who experienced institutionalization in their childhood. And now they communicate how important is this reform and how important is parenting in early years by their experience. And it's a way to raise awareness of whole society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you have made my job as a moderator very easy to summarize what I think is a very rich discussion. Because I think among all 5 countries, we have seen that there is not one one-size-fits-all policy that brings sectors together, but that is not what matters. We have heard about policy strategies, we have heard about policy action plans, we have heard about policy reforms, we have heard about strategies for parents, and all of those are fantastic instruments where ministries and stakeholders come together to bring the better results and more coordinated results for families and children. So there's many ways to go at policy coordination, and I think you've demonstrated this, but what you could also demonstrate is one key thing. Irrespective of are we after plans, strategies, call to actions, any of those things, we want to have a shared vision and common goals and the same language that we speak amongst ourselves. And I think that is the common message that I'm hearing from everybody. It takes time to establish that common language, those common vision and goals, and the process of policy development and inclusive policy development is something that all of you have spoke about. So I think with those key lessons, we can take forward in the next part of the conversation as well, where we talk specifically about parenting programs and bringing ministries and stakeholders together in support of parents, but keep all of those key themes in mind. Thank you so much to our expert panels, to amazing policymakers leading these reforms in the countries. We really are very grateful for all of you being here with us. A big round of applause to everybody. And I think I can hand over to our wonderful moderators.
Hvala mnogo.
Thank you very much, Evelina Boris.
Čuli smo vrlo zanimljivo.
We have heard about some very interesting experiences from Montenegro, Romania, Turkey, Ukraine, and Ireland. And in about 1 hour or a bit less, we will hear a very interesting presentation from Harvard. But before that, I have a question for you. Did you keep those green, yellow, and blue sheets? Who wants to go lunch? Who wants to go to lunch? Please raise the green one. I'm joking. We will now take a lunch break. Since we are a bit behind schedule, please come back at 10 minutes past 2, if at all possible, in order to catch up and to hear the presentation from Harvard University. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. I have the pleasure to open the second half of day 1 and the session 3, the power of parenting and the power of parenting support. My name is Sanja Budisavljević. I'm Early Childhood Development Specialist with UNICEF Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia. And I have a huge pleasure today to be joined by 2 amazing speakers who are also the world-class experts in early childhood development and parenting. So we have with us, hopefully, James Kearns, who is joining us online. Do we have James?
We do. Can you hear me?
We hear you, but we cannot see you yet. Welcome, James. So James is joining us from Harvard University. He is a senior director of, let me not mispronounce that, of strategic engagements and organizational learning at the Center on the Developing Child. So really the leading institute on the science of early childhood. And we also have with us Evelina Borisova, who you know from the previous sessions, who is our early childhood development advisors with UNICEF Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia. And last but not least, we have another member this afternoon, Marko Somborac, who is our illustrator in the following sessions, and he will be capturing visually the moments and kind of framing the conversations to come. Thank you, everyone, and welcome. With this first session, we are really trying to deep dive into parenting and parenting support. So we will try to set the tone. We will try to frame the conversations over the following 2 days. And I think we need to start from the very basics, or let's say foundations. And we need to turn back a bit to the science and the latest evidence of why parenting actually matters during the early years. So I would like to invite James to first tell us a bit more about the power of parenting and the kind of the recent evidence that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanja. Greetings, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be participating in this meeting today. I'm sorry that I'm doing it remotely from Boston and can't be with you in person there in Belgrade. I'm going to talk in a couple of different segments in this session. And what I'm trying to get across is how what we know from science, and what I mean by science is a body of knowledge from multiple disciplines over a long period of time, how this knowledge base can give us strategies and tools to think about how we collectively can create supportive systems for parenting. And I want to start with looking at 3 core concepts from neuroscience and biology about early development in the earliest years of life, and how the role of adults, parents, and other caregivers are critical in shaping the way that these 3 sort of principles and concepts are activated. So the first is that early experience, the earliest days and years of life, those first 1,000 days that we talk about so often in early childhood policy, are shaping the architecture of the developing brain. And what I mean by this is that we are all born with all of the neural cells in our brain that we will have, but very few connections. And so through early experience and in the environment in which a child is being raised, that's when the wiring, the architecture, the connections in the brain are being formed. Sort of simple skills and capacities and circuitry then build later. And so it's that environment of relationships with parents and other adult caregivers that are critical for shaping those experiences. So that's the what, if you will, of what's happening early in life. Second, how does this happen? That wiring, that building of those brain circuits happens fundamentally and most powerfully in what we call the serve and return interaction between adults and children. We can think of this in volleyball, soccer, tennis, any of these, this idea that there are serves, the child makes a gesture, makes a sound, and that is reciprocated and responded to by a parent. And that is how that infant is starting to understand its environment and what experiences it is having. Is it safe? Are those responses consistent and nurturing? Or is there an absence of response which creates anxiety and fear? And so that child's brain is building its own sort of connectivity to be adaptive for the environment that child is finding itself in. And so again, here we see that the critical role of parents and other adults who are providing kind of parenting roles and supports is really critical to help shape those strong circuits that become a foundation for what comes later. And then finally, if you will, this is the bad guy in the story. We know a lot about the role that stress and adversity play in early development. And this concept of toxic stress, the persistent, prolonged elevation of the stress response system in the body without consistent adult caregiving, can lead to disruptions and damage in these developing circuits and in the brain and other parts of our body. And so there's a critical role for parents and adult caregivers in protecting and buffering. So there's an enrichment and nurturing role here, as well as a protective role. Let me take one more step with this idea of the impact of stress and adversity, because it's not just about the brain. So we talk about that any of us in our environment, in our experience, we face adversities, there are stresses that activate the biology of our stress response. We know what this feels like. That fight, flight, or freeze, our heart rate goes up, our hands get sweaty, shortness of breath, all of those things. So we know about, as we've talked about, the impact this can have in the brain and in the nervous system. But there are several other biological systems that are highly interactive and related and responding in a way we can think of this as a team, if you will, of highly skilled athletes. The heart and cardiovascular system, the metabolic system, the immune system, the neuroendocrine system, each have a particular role to play in the response to stress and threat. And they're all working together to get to a collective and shared goal, which is to be adaptive and responsive to whatever the situation that we face as a child, as an adult, in our environment. This whole system is created to respond in short-term acute situations. If it stays elevated and activated over time, not only do we see this idea of toxic stress and its impact in the brain, but we know that constant elevation of the metabolic system leads to long-term challenges in terms of diabetes and other sort of challenges in that regard. Inflammation is a key part of our immune system, but again, if that stays elevated for over months and months and years, there's that sort of corrosive revving effect. And inflammation is an important aspect of a number of chronic physical and mental health conditions over time. And so what's critical here is to understand that when we look at the role of parenting and other adult caregiving and the supports that families need in raising young children, this is as much about building strong foundations for lifelong physical and mental health as it is about preparation for school readiness and early learning and other forms of social and emotional development. Let me close this part of my thing. Why are early experiences so important? And this comes back to a concept known as plasticity in brain development. And as I said, very few of the connections in our brains are present at birth. And so those early years of life, the brain is most open, most adaptable, most being shaped by its experience and its environment. And there are critical periods in brain development when certain kinds of skills and capacities need to happen. And what we find is that over time, as more of those connections get solidified and the brain naturally prunes away what it's not using, adaptation costs more later in life. It costs more physiologically in the body, and it costs us more as a society to adapt and change. The good news here is it's never too late. But the earlier we start, and particularly in this distinctive developmental period, from prenatal to around age 3, they're so critical in this rapid development of these foundations that we're setting for lifelong health, learning, and behavior. So Sonia, let me stop there for this first part, and we can then take it up and take this story forward in some other ways.
Thank you, James. And thank you for summarizing so well the latest scientific developments. I think it's very important that we try to ground our thinking into the latest science. And we see that actually science only confirms what we intuitively know, that parents are really the key agents of child development and well-being. However, this doesn't mean that they have the sole responsibility for early childhood development, does it? I mean, just like children have the rights to grow and to develop to their full potential, so do parents as well. They have the right to be supported. And today, in the audience, we had many policymakers across the region. So we are all aware that governments and the wider environment play really a critical role. So I think we're coming then to the next question for James, because we want to know what can we derive from science that we can take forward with us over the course of the 2 days. Are there any principles that would be useful for policymakers in particular? And how can we start to translate this science into policy? James, over to you.
Thanks. Yes, Sonia, whenever what our grandmothers taught us in neuroscience are telling us the same thing, we're on a good path. So what I've just shared about the biology is sort of the first part of the story. Where our center has been focusing more recently is there's another part of the story, which is that the environment of relationships that I was talking about. And we talk about parenting, and parents are critical, but we should be clear that that role of parenting, providing consistent, responsive, nurturing care for very young children, can be done by a range of different adult caregivers. Parents are certainly central, but it's the function of parenting, I think, that we're talking about here that's really critical. So this new part of the story, if you will, is that beyond that environment of relationships, which remains so central and critical, there's broader environments, the built environment, the natural environment, some of the broader societal, systemic environments in which families are raising children that are having a direct impact on shaping these foundations of early development that I was talking about. And so we need to also understand how these aspects of these broader environments are influencing health and development outcomes. And again, this is drawing in a lot of research and knowledge that's been out there that continues to be a growing knowledge base, but in some ways we haven't fully brought it into the way we talk about this story of early development. So the social environment, a lot of what I've just talked about, relationships, these impacts of stress and adversity, what kinds of supports exist in terms of social supports and community supports for caregivers, important role that faith and culture play in supporting kids and families. Let me talk a little bit about this next ring, if you will. That in the built and natural environment, there is a range of accessibility to supportive aspects and exposure to negative things that are happening in areas such as air quality and temperature. We just released a paper this year on excessive heat, which we're all seeing in this era of climate change in different ways, and what effects that has biologically on these developing biological systems in the body. Access to clean water and sanitation, green spaces, playgrounds, good housing, exposure to toxins. We all know the story about the impacts of lead in early development, for example. But also, what's happening in that built environment? The neighborhood infrastructure, is there transport, economic opportunity, access to good food, and so forth. And that in different ways, each of these factors, we have research that shows they are influencing directly, in many ways, these different biological systems that are developing in the body. And then the last piece to talk about here is the broader systems that we all live in, the historic social public policies, structural inequities, exclusion of certain communities that where people live, where families are raising their children, and where that neighborhood or that place and what it has access to and what it's exposed to isn't accidental too often. That historically in our societies, we have shaped ways in which certain communities and neighborhoods and places have better or worse access to these kinds of supports. And so those inequities exist. We see disparities in terms of access to education and healthcare. Here in the United States, we've been grappling with the history and legacy of racism, and different societies have different histories of these kinds of inclusion and exclusion. And again, those factors are shaping, if you will, those natural and built environments, those places where children live and where families are raising children. So this can sound really complicated and too big, and it's also an opportunity where public officials, different sectors of our governments and actors in our societies who might not think that they have, or that you have, those of you in the room, a direct responsibility or connection to why kids are being raised and getting a sort of healthy start to life or a challenging start to life. But actually, this sets up an opportunity to start to look at ways in which what we do in lots of parts of our life, in our society, in our government, actually do have a real impact on kids and families, and can be part of how we're building these systems to support parents and caregivers in a way that leads to better child outcomes. So here at the center, we've started to use this idea that we're talking about ECD 2.0. This is a new part of the story. Now, unlike technology, 2.0 is not replacing 1.0, but we are adding to this story and trying to shape a kind of new era of the agenda that collectively we're all working towards for early childhood development in a world that we know is uncertain and chaotic, and we have continued to see the persistence of inequality. And so how can we work together to kind of tackle that? And so, as I was saying, it's all still about enrichment with young minds, early learning, getting ready for school, and this investment in this critical period from prenatal and pregnancy through age 3, in terms of health, in terms of other kinds of foundations for these lifelong sort of developmental pathways. We've talked about this sort of central role of caregiver-child relationships, which is still so important, and we have to see how the broader environments are really affecting the development. And finally, here, it's about universal needs. All children need these kinds of supports, and increasingly, how do we tailor responses that meet particular needs and the diversity of needs and variation of needs of children? And I know that in a few minutes, Evelyn is going to talk about some of this when you get to the framework. So to close out, there are 3 principles, if you will, that we've kind of distilled from this scientific knowledge base that we think are helpful for those who are trying to figure out sort of policy solutions, interventions, and so forth. And that these can be principles that anyone, wherever you sit, in government, civil society, families, and communities, can think about how are we working with these principles as lenses towards what we can do. So the first, no surprise, how are we working to support the ability for parents and other adults to have the capacity and time for these kinds of responsive, nurturing relationships with young children? Second, it's important to look at skills and adaptive skills in context. We often talk about skills in executive function and self-regulation, planning, mental flexibility, impulse control, that are critical for developing in young kids, but also adults need to have these skills to be able to provide the kind of scaffolding and teaching, if you will, of young children. So how are we looking at the way that we're supporting the capacities and strengthening those capacities and those skills in adults and in children in the programs and services we're providing? And then finally, what are we doing, if at all possible, to reduce the sources of stress that exist in the lives of families and kids? As we said, you know, we looked at those broader environments, are there stresses about neighborhood violence, about access to green space or food. But also, often we set up programs that are convenient for those who are administering those programs, not for those who are benefiting from them. So are we inadvertently creating additional stress on families in the ways that they have to work to access the benefits and services we're providing? And so each of these can be a lens for anyone in any department. We've found that interagency teams have found these as a good starting point to kind of look at what are we doing currently? Is it aligned with these principles? Are there gaps? These can be sort of targets or outcomes, and if we see that our work is supporting and strengthening these three things, we're on a good path. So, Sonia, I think this sets us up as a way to sort of give a set of lenses or principles for folks, wherever they sit in the system, as we approach ways in which we can be creating the environments and the conditions for parents to raise children. And then I just close for folks who are interested. This is our website. There is a ton of information about the science and a lot of other aspects of the science of early childhood development. So I will stop there.
Thank you very much. Thanks, James. I think you have given us a lot of food for thought. James will stay with us in the session, but we will have a short break, an interactive break, because we want to hear from you now. We would like to hear from over 20 countries and 300 participants about what you think is the most important thing for parents today in terms of support. And I would like to ask the production to put the Mentimeter out, and all of you to put your phones out. You can reply in English, in Serbian, in Russian. With Russian, I might need a bit of help, but we will try our best. And really, in one word, 2 or 3, just the first thing that comes to your mind. What do parents need the most today, living in the modern world that we know? I will move myself here so I can actually see the results. Okay, I think the results are in. Let's look. Well, support is coming out as the key thing, the key support that parents do need. And I think we are starting to see some key themes as well. Let's have a look. Time. So family-friendly policies. We want parental leave. We want compassion, razumevanje, and understanding. We want information, which should be hopefully evidence-based, trustful. Well, now the understanding and the razumevanje is winning. The empathy. I think we all need a kind word. Time, support. Let's see what else. Financial support. Skills. We want skilled professionals across different sectors that can support parents. Knowledge. Education. Children's clubs, let's say also early childhood education and care. mental health support, work-life balance. We have more coming? Well, I think we can summarize. We need information, we need family-friendly policies, and we need services that are hopefully evidence-informed and evidence-based. Right? No wrong answer here. I think all the parents of young children would need all of this on the screen. They really need the whole package of resources, of activities, of services, of information to feel supported. And the kind word will help as well. So as we are progressing to the second part of this session, I want to just briefly mention that since 1990s, there has been a proliferation of parenting initiatives in our region, in Europe and Central Asia. And I'm very proud to say that actually it is our region that is leading globally in terms of parenting support. However, despite the multitude of parenting interventions that we're seeing and investments into parenting, we still see a great variability in how parenting support is understood. What is parenting support? What do we mean by it? How parenting support is implemented and practiced? And then the last thing, how parenting support is being experienced by parents living in our countries. And I think for this, we need to go back and see that one thing missing across our region is a common understanding of what parenting support should look like, an effective multi-sectoral parenting support. We need a common vision, and I think this is why we are all here today. And this is why also UNICEF kind of started its latest work on developing a conceptual regional framework for parenting support in the early years. And I have a big pleasure to welcome Evelina Borisova to tell us a bit more about this. Thank you.
Hi again. I should have changed clothes, but it's me. This time I'm representing really the vision and the work of a lot more colleagues than me here on stage. As Sanja said, the UNICEF Parenting Support Framework that I have the privilege to present very briefly to you today is really the vision and the work of colleagues from across 22 countries at UNICEF, also stakeholders that participated in some of the consultation processes in developing the framework, partners who reviewed it and gave us a lot of feedback. And this happens to be the first moment, I think, a more public moment where we actually are presenting it. And we're so happy to be able to do that with you together and hope that some of you already have seen this framework and will find it familiar. And I think Sanja already set the stage beautifully for it. I don't have my glasses with me, so I'm going to improvise because I know this framework in and out, inside and out. I need a clicker. That I forgot. Yes. Thank you so much. And I click anywhere. Yes. Okay, but I want to go back. Okay, perfect. So we already said that when a child is born, parents are born too. And we forget that parents, just like children, are literally learning everything they need to know about parenting the moment they have a child, right? So they're on a very rapid trajectory of learning exactly as their children are. So this is our starting point. We already know why parents are so important. We've already covered this. And what is the need and why this framework? We have over 42 million parents, caregivers across this region, probably even more when we count the broader community of caregivers around children, grandparents and other support, uncles, aunts, siblings who are older and are already taking care of children as well. So massive number of caregivers out there really looking for a helping hand, for a smile, for support, for everything that you have already put on the stage very clearly parents need. We also know, and I think Ben very clearly set forward in his presentation as well, that the majority of parents in our region actually still do not have access to parenting support, even though in this day and age, parenting support should be front and center of what we do with and for parents. So we recently did a survey across, I want to say 15 countries, I hope I got this right, and the majority of the parents said they wanted and needed parenting support, but only half of them actually had access to the support they needed. And I think that is a very, it's not just a soundbite, it's actually a pretty significant statistic that in a region like Europe and Central Asia, only half of parents are receiving support that they believe is crucial for them to do the job that matters the most, raising their children. So there is a need for significant attention and strengthening the support for parents. Now the vision. What is parenting support? And I think we went through so much discussion about the defining parenting support, because we have already demonstrated by just one question that we put out to you just how much is in the whole vision of what parenting support is, right? On the one hand, parenting support is information and knowledge, right? Am I on the wrong slide? I'm sorry. Yes, I hope so. Yes, this is the right slide. Back to you. On the one hand, parenting support is information and knowledge, and I think this is crucial, and I think you'll hear this message over and over, because knowledge is power, information is power. This is, as Ben rightfully said, we are the first generation that actually has the knowledge, and yet that knowledge is not commonly accessible to all, not as much as we would like. So that is one. Second is key services. Parenting support is also key services that parents need in order for them to feel supported to do the job that they need to do. Here we're talking about home visiting, early learning, childcare, parenting groups, anything that actually makes a difference in the lives of parents. It's also parenting programs that actually strengthen parental skills. This is education for parents, knowledge that is turned into caregiving skills that actually strengthen the bond and the capacity of parents to be better parents. And it's also community resources, resources that actually make a difference in how parents feel supported by a broader ecosystem around them. That's a very complex definition when you start thinking about it. It's not one thing, and it's not one service, and it's not one set of information. It really is an ecosystem of support that we're talking about. So even though I'd like to define parenting support in simple terms, I don't think we can, because parenting support is, in fact, about a system, an ecosystem of parenting support that serves parents much more comprehensively than I think we've been thinking about for quite some time now. Now, this is what it would be really nice if the vision is parents are at the center of services and support mechanisms, and everything confluences towards them. But the reality is actually the quote that you see on the bottom in many countries, and it's a quote from a mom in North Macedonia, and it says, "There is no infrastructure to make parenthood easier. There's no content in the media on this topic. There is no available psychologists, doctors, and hospitals. And doctors and hospitals do not provide moral support, but rather try to blame. Society demands too much, and men do not help." A lot of space here for father and parental engagement, right? So the reality is such, the vision is what you hopefully see in the image above, which is services, resources, and information really converging towards the parents in a systematic and comprehensive and coherent way. So back to the framework. What is the framework? The framework is a conceptual programmatic framework. It doesn't tell us how we're going to do certain things, but it tells us what is it that we're trying to do better. And how can we work towards this vision in a better way is going to be contextualized and adaptable to each of your country contexts. And this is the beauty of a conceptual framework. It has very strong, clear vision, but it's also very adaptable and utilizable in a variety of settings. And we really look forward to hearing from you after the conference and during the conference as well how this resonates with you. The framework is set around 4 key principles. First one is unified multi-sectoral vision. We've heard so much about this morning already how important it is for sectors to work together. For young children, it is just as important for sectors to work together for parents. So really that's at the heart and center of the framework. Second one is system strengthening. So when we think about services for parents, how do we go beyond singular initiatives or pilot projects or models that reach certain vulnerable families, but do not reach at scale, and they do not reach sustainably and systematically. So the vision of this framework is really to embed parenting support in systems, in education, in social welfare, in health systems, in national plans of action that can make those services sustainable longer term. And the third, very important and really at the heart of the framework, is how do we leverage everything you know about social behavior change? How do we leverage what we know parents need in order to change and improve behavior, society needs in order to support them better? Because a lot of what we're talking about isn't things we don't necessarily know, but it takes a different mentality and a different paradigm shift to actually change the way we behave towards parents, practitioners, policymakers, community members, and for parents to actually change behaviors themselves. I hope you're with me. I'm now getting into the framework, and it's getting exciting. Okay. There's 3 parts of the framework. So this is the first one. It's about the behaviors we're actually trying to improve, to strengthen, to support. And I actually think this is, I want to say simple but revolutionary, in the sense that a lot of times when we talk about parenting, we tend to talk about caregiving mainly. What do we want parents to do for their children? We want them to be better nurturers. We want them to know everything they need to know about nutrition, health, food. We want them to be responsive. Those are crucial behaviors, and those are the caregiving behaviors, absolutely. But that's not the only part of what parenting support should be about. Parenting support should also be about service seeking, because that's crucial. If you want a child to do better and to have the best start in life, you want to equip the parents with all the knowledge and information about the services they need to demand and they need to seek from their communities, from their policymakers, from their health centers, from the preschools and areas where they live. Now that's really different. Caregiving is one part, service seeking is another, because then parents need to be advocates. They need to know what matters and how to search it and how to find it. And third, but most importantly, is self-care. And that's become so front and center in all the work that many of you are doing with parents that I think actually many of you put it front and center for us when we were developing the framework. Because without self-care, it's very hard for parents to actually do the other 2 parts, caregiving and service seeking. And those 3 behaviors are really, think of them as truly integrated. And services and programs and policies truly need to be thinking about those 3 all at the same time. Now, if that's not hard, comes the second part. Behaviors was one. Now, this is the pyramid of support. This is really the heart of the framework, so to say. Raise your hand if you've already seen this pyramid of support before, because it's not new. Raise your hand. Yes, a few. Don't be shy. Okay. If you haven't seen it, great. We're very happy to introduce it to you. The idea that Ben introduced this morning is actually fully embedded in this framework. It is a framework that shows that all parents need some support. That's the universal layer. All parents need some support. But some parents need all the support they can get. That's the top layer. Every parent needs enabling environment, routine services, basic information, knowledge, understanding, empathy. But some parents are going to have unique and more tailored needs that need to be addressed in a much more systematic way. And the higher you go up the pyramid, the more intensive the support that's needed. Recognizing those needs in this truly universal progressive manner, I truly believe is at the heart of what effective policies are for parents. And I think a lot of times we either stop at the bottom, we kind of think about universal layer, or we think about a bit at the top, but not quite at scale, and we forget that there's a middle part of this pyramid as well. So a big part of the work ahead of us is actually trying to map out what exists in your national context across these layers of support. What are the systems through health, through education, through social welfare, through routine services can offer this universal base, foundation for all parents to have the basic support that they need. And then what additional programs, policies, initiatives need to be put in place to make sure that parents that are more vulnerable, that have more tailored needs, that have identified risks, will actually have access to. And as we go to the highest part of the pyramid, those are vulnerable families that have probably longer-term intensive needs. Those are parents with a child with disability. Those are parents who've lived in poverty intergenerationally. Those are parents who probably are single-parent household, whose situation is not going to change from today to tomorrow. Those are parents and families who would need a multidimensional network of support, and we really need to think in terms of intensity and in terms of coordination differently as we go up the pyramid. Are we together? Yes? Moving on. And those services, they don't live in isolation. And I think this is where the morning panel on policy truly comes to life. Yes, let's plan services based on universal progressive needs for parents, and let's define them and use the 3 behaviors that we're trying to improve: self-care, service-seeking, and caregiving as well. But let's also make sure that those services are of high quality and that the workforce and professionals who are in contact with parents, sometimes on a weekly basis, sometimes even on a daily basis, have the skills, the capacity, and the way to interact with parents that is actually going to make a difference. So it's not only that we set up a parenting group in a community, it's who leads that parenting group. It's what training does that worker have to interact, to counsel, to support, to provide empathy to that parent as well. And then we step back out of the system and we think about the enabling environment. And this is where many of you policymakers in the room could truly make a difference. This is where we talk about legislation. This is where we talk about financing, leadership and coordination, data and evidence, gender and transformative norms in the community that also need to be there. And what did I miss? I think those were the main parts. They're not a very small number, though. There's a big number of enabling environment factors that actually are quite important to bring it all to life. If you think about these 3 elements of the framework, you can start, I hope, you can start seeing a unified vision of support. Support for parents in the early years, but dare I say support to parents beyond the early years. Because what you see here in terms of behaviors and in terms of universal progressive needs of support that's needed and an enabling environment that holds it all together is actually true for adolescent parents as well. It's true for parents of any age group. So I hope that you can take the framework and think about it even beyond the early years, which is where it's really crucial, but even beyond. Lastly, the framework, as you may imagine, has a very, very strong emphasis on a multi-sectoral coordination and approach to working between health, education, social welfare, family ministries. And that's why it's so heartening that in so many delegations that are coming from different countries are actually bringing colleagues from different ministries together already to think together, to plan together, to imagine together what this framework of support could look like. I want to leave you with this image. Actually, it's from Serbia, and colleagues from Serbia truly inspired a way of thinking about parenting being a journey, as most things are. There's the lower path that's a universal path. I mean, this is where most parents might be passing through the antenatal care, through home visits, through maternity hospital, through pediatricians. And then there's a more progressive part for vulnerable families who may need to pass through a lot more other doors in order to do the best they can for their children, right? So if there's one image I want you to keep in your minds from this framework is that the vision of this framework is to open all these doors. And behind each door, to have a frontline worker, a caregiver, a supporter, or a counselor who speaks the language of supporting parents and who can understand them. Parents are going to knock on all these doors, on some of them. We don't know. They may know these services exist, they may not, but one way or the other, they will knock on many of these doors. The question is, are they open and who is behind them? And can we make sure that behind all these doors, there's support, there's empathy, there's understanding and care? Last but not least, we talk about systems and parenting systems and ecosystems, and it sounds very complex. You know, we presented a framework that has 3 parts, and you have to go back home and take this framework and put it into policy and start thinking, how do I map out my programs? But actually, a mother from Serbia, I think, said it very clearly. Sometimes the most complex things are about the simplest things, and sometimes it's just about a smile. That's what the framework is about. How do we make complex things into something that truly happens so naturally and so easily in so many settings, but we need to make sure that it happens everywhere for every parent and add even more for those who need it more. Thank you. And I'm reminded that in case I wasn't inspiring or clear enough, there is a 1.5-minute animation of what I just told you so you can really remember it. So let's go for it.
When a child is born, parents are born too. and it is parents who will have the biggest impact on their child's development. But to provide the kind of nurturing care that wires a child for long-term well-being, parents themselves must be supported. How? By building a robust system of services, cross sectors, that place parents and their needs at the core. This is at the heart of UNICEF's parenting support framework. Grounded in social and behavioral insights, the framework highlights 3 key dimensions of parenting that should be supported: caregiving, self-care and support-seeking behaviors. Recognizing that some parents need more support than others, it offers a vision for a comprehensive approach to services, starting with inclusive and accessible universal services, while also ensuring targeted and intensive support for families with specific or complex needs. The framework calls for high-quality services and a trained workforce. It also calls for a more supportive environment surrounding parents, including legislation and policies, strong leadership and coordination, adequate financing, data and evidence generation, and supportive communities that foster positive social and gender norms. Effective support to parents requires health, social welfare, and education sectors to work together. Investing in parents ensures that every child has the best start in life. For every child, supported parents.
Thank you, Eva. So thank you for taking us through this journey of what parenting support should be for every parent of young child. And I'm aware of the time, and no matter how inspirational this all was, I think we need to start slowly wrapping up. But I'd like to ask one final question to our 2 presenters. And this is about the 3 key messages that we should take with us over the course of these next 2 days and beyond, that we should keep in mind in terms of parenting support. James, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So 3 things. So first, let's remember those principles. How are we supporting responsive relationships? How are we helping build skills and capacities? And how are we looking at the sources of stress that are affecting parents and caregivers? So how do those help us from the science be lenses or approaches to the way we think about what we need to do? Second, it's really about how are we creating supportive caregiving environments that ensure that we're not putting all of the burden on parents, and that there are parts of the systems, the environments around parents, and they have roles in society. And so sometimes it's about how are we supporting them as workers with leave policies. There are a range of things that we think about as the caregiving environment that are critical, that take burdens off of parents as individuals. And so how are our systems really looking at what are we doing collectively to support those kinds of positive caregiving environments for families? And third, I think it's important for us to understand that parenting is a function that can be performed by a lot of different adults in our communities and societies. So again, that there's a collective opportunity here. So when we talk about parenting, we start with parents, but those roles of caregiving can be performed by a range of others, and we need to look at how are we supporting the ability of a range of caregivers and adults interacting with children to be equipped to provide that kind of consistent, responsive, nurturing care that children need. So there you go, Sonia. There are 3 points from the
Thank you, James. That was beautiful. Eva?
Okay, I'm adding to James. I think I'm going to repeat a few of the messages I said. First, systems and sustainability. I think because we come from a very fragmented kind of still siloed approach to how we think about parenting. I do think looking at the systems and routine services that are there already in direct contact with parents regularly and strengthening them is going to be a breakthrough, I think, if we get this right. Second, I think it's equity. Equity and inclusivity, again, from this universal progressive model where we really are taking care of parental needs as their intensity, as based on their intensity and needs. I think that's really, really crucial, and that's really the basis of equity in terms of supporting parents. And third is partnerships and collaboration. And I know a partnership panel is coming up next, so I hope that they will dive into it deeply, but we really have highlighted very clearly that the whole ecosystem is about partnering and collaborating with key stakeholders around parents so that they have a common vision to work with parents and to support them. I think without that, it's going to be hard to make it happen.
Thank you very much, Eva. Thank you to our speakers. Maybe we can very quickly turn to Marco and see if he got some inspiration from this session.
Okay. I have inspiration and I work all the time.
You can maybe, oh, there it is. Oh, beautiful. When a child is born, parents are born too. Instructions for first steps and for a crib. Yes. Thank you very much, Marco. Thanks once again to our speakers. Big thanks to all of you for your active participation and insights. And I have the pleasure to close this session. Thanks. Hvala puno.
Hvala Sanja, hvala.
Thank you, Sanja. Thank you, James. Thank you, Vilana. This was really very useful. We heard a lot of things and such comprehensive strategy that connected all the most important components of parenting. Hopefully, we can take this to our countries and talk about how to integrate it in policies, in one, two, or maybe in all policies, so that it can support parenting, fully support parenting. We are getting near the next session. So when we talk about parenting and power like this, we can recall the old saying that says that it takes a village to raise a child. And that's why now we are focusing on strong partnerships that are contributing to that. And we are moving on to the fifth session that comes before the fourth one, as we announced, that is called Transformative Power of Partnership for Transformative Change in the Early Years. I would like to invite Benjamin Perks and all the panelists to come out so that we can start with the panel number 5, please.
Can you hear me? All right. I'm very sorry that a couple of our colleagues here have got taxis on the meter to the airport. So we're going to have to shorten this session a little bit. And that's why we were just talking about which questions we would do. So apologies for that slight delay. I just want to firstly start off by saying, before we get into this, a massive acknowledgement of Evelina and Sanja, because they're two of the most articulate, impassioned, thoughtful champions of this agenda that we have globally. So can you just put it together for the two of them? Thank you very much. So I'm going to introduce the panelists. We have a fabulous group of panelists this afternoon for this slightly shortened session. So we have Katerina Ivankovic-Knezovic, who is the Director for Social Rights and Inclusion at DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion of the European Union. It's a long title, a lot of work, massive agenda, I can imagine. So we'll come to you shortly with a question. Also, Sabine van Tool van Serokushen Rakotomala. So her name is as long as Katerina's title. She is the Senior Technical Advisor at WHO headquarters in Geneva. We work very closely together on this agenda globally. And she's also brought her son James here. So if you have any questions about her parenting skills, you can ask James. He's in the front row. I'd also like to welcome Anya Alexic of Comtrade and a member of the UNICEF Business Advisory Board here in Serbia, so very much an expert on private sector engagement on this agenda. And finally, Liana Gent, who many of you will know as Director of International Step-by-Step Association and the European Childhood Network for Europe and Central Asia. So we have a round of applause to all of them. Thank you for being here. We have been talking this morning about a vision that I think is becoming more and more clear. We want to make sure that every child grows up loved, safe and nurtured, to make parenting programs universally and progressively available for all and backed up by a full range of ECD services and perinatal and family-friendly services. So we can't achieve this without partnerships. Partnerships is central to this work, and partnerships are not always easy because often organizations have different perspectives and priorities. But how do we work together to make this, this vision a reality, harnessing the power of partnerships, and what are the concrete steps that we could make to achieve that? And I'll just go from from my side across and start off with Sabine.
Thank you, Ben, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm just going to give two examples of partnerships that I've been engaged in with UNICEF over the past 3 years. In 2019, COVID hit all of us. Parents were on the front line. No more health systems, no more schools, no more social services. And along with Ben, Eva, 5 organizations, UNICEF, WHO, the Global Partnership to End Violence, Early Childhood Development Action Network, and Parenting for Lifelong Health set up the global initiative to support parents. Since then, we've reached millions, 200 million parents with very simple parenting tips that have been translated into many, many languages. If we look at the pyramid, we were only taught that Evelina just presented, we were only talking about the bottom of the pyramid. Today, as a collective, we're trying to reach every single parent in the world who needs it over the next 10 years so that we go all the way up the pyramid and across the world, high, middle, low income countries. But more importantly, we're not only looking at the early years, we're looking at parent and caregiver support across the life course. I have James here, he's 10. I have a 17 and a 15-year-old at home. It's much, much harder. The smaller they are, the easier it is. The older they are, the harder it is. And I'm sure many people will recognize that. So the Global Initiative to Support Parenting is one of the big partnerships we're working on. The second one is this document that is not even launched yet, which is a mapping of all the parenting programs across 53 countries in Europe. It was done with the UNICEF European office and the WHO Europe office. And it shows that the UK has 16 parenting programs across the whole of the UK. Ireland has 11. The Netherlands has 9. Serbia has 5. And it gives much more interesting information in terms of what types of parenting programs, which level of the pyramid, and which age groups we're trying to achieve. So I'll share that with everyone. I have a few copies, but I can share it as part of the background reading. So the Global Initiative to Support Parents and the WHO-UNICEF collaboration has been groundbreaking for us. Thanks, Ben.
Thank you so much. Katerina, over to you.
Thank you, thanks a lot. And also thank you for inviting the European Commission to take a part in this important conference. It is really my pleasure to speak, even though I do feel a bit guilty because we had to rearrange all the order, but it's thanks to Austrian Airlines, so a little bit of the commercial for that. Anyhow, at the EU level, I do believe that we have shown lots of progress in past, I would dare to say, 10 to 15 years. Some of you might remember when 2013 we launched our program Partnership for Development and the recommendation on investing in children, which has turned out into a guiding tool for 3 elements. First element is the benefits, so everything which is regarded to the financial aspects of either children or parents. The second aspect is services, and the third is children's participation. What we have also seen during the years that this is not sufficient, that this wasn't sufficient, because we saw there is, first of all, lots of inequalities when it comes to children. We saw that at EU level, we have almost, at EU member states level, we do have almost a quarter of children, of all children, who are living at risk of poverty and social exclusion. And also what is very visible and obvious, children are not poor themselves. It's because the families they live in have difficulties or are struggling with everyday living or are struggling or working in work poverty or any other elements. So in 2021, we decided to launch 2 important documents. One is the Children's Rights Strategy. I do believe many of you have seen the Children's Rights Strategy. It has all the different elements. It has the majority of the elements that was discussed today through the whole day. And then it has a very important accompanying recommendation, which is called European Child Guarantee. So now the question for you, how many have heard about European Child Guarantee? Really replies on the demands of the families and to implement it in a comprehensive manner. So what has happened since 2021? All the member states have to implement action plans. This is embedded in the recommendation. We ask for some specific categories of children that there is additional attention paid, like children with disability, from inclusive education, from making sure they have support needed, including personal assistance, teaching assistance, etc. For children living in precarious households, and we know many of those where either one or both parents are really working in precarious circumstances. We asked for migrant children, children belonging to certain minorities, like for example Roma children, and also we asked for the children who are living in the institutional setup. As you know very well, we are in Europe, we are strongly pushing for the processes of deinstitutionalization. This is a paradigm that needs to be transferred all over Europe, not only in EU member states, but also in a future EU member states, I would dare to say. And this is also a cohort that we would like to pay particular attention. They have an additional trap to follow, because when exiting the system, they are practically left alone. So this happens at the age of 18 or 20 or 19 or 21, if they study, etc. So this has been put in place, and the member states, all the member states have implemented and brought these action plans. They're brought at different levels. Sometimes the governments adopted them, sometimes responsible ministries. But the complexity that it shows means that there needs to be a lot of partnership. And now I come to the partnership, because you cannot have, you saw today, you had 4 ministers. There is at least 4 ministries in each country that needs to implement children policy. Education, social policy, health, housing, and maybe justice, exactly. So there is at least 4 to 5 institutions that need to work together. We established a system on child guarantee coordinators, because for every policy you need the driving seat. And that's the truth. You need a driving seat, no matter where this driving seat is. We need to empower those who are in a driving seat to drive. So that's what we are doing with our child guarantee coordinators. In 3 years, some of you know it well, we have been meeting around 20 times. Thanks to the virtual reality, we can meet much more often, but we also meet in person. Exchange, discuss, reflect, show the best practices. Mutual learning is a key when it comes to the policies. Then there is another element that is crucial and without which no policy, including the child guarantee, would not work, and that's money. So at the level of EU member states, in the European Social Fund regulation, I'm closing.
No, it's fine, carry on.
Okay, thank you. In the European Social Fund regulation, there is a ceiling that every member state which has a percentage of children above certain level has to invest 5% of the overall budget for European child guarantee or for the activities relevant to children. This represents a starting point. This also represents a small element of everything that member states have to invest, but it's a very certain, it has predictability, it has the certainty that activities will be implemented. And for all of those, whatever you do, because we have, I don't know if you, but I have for sure seen so many beautiful policies that have not been implemented. One of the elements is definitely political will, but the other one is putting the money where your mouths are, and putting the money where activities needs to be implemented. And another paradigm that we at the EU level would like to change, we want to change everything that is related to children from the spending to the investment. And we have heard Professor Heckman, we have heard everybody, we heard you, Ben, in the morning speaking about how important it is to invest in children. So this should not really be seen as a budgetary spending. I do believe if there are economists around you who know about the golden rule principle, that something should not be seen as debt. We would like that the children policies are in the golden rule. But even if they are not the golden rule, countries and everybody, policymakers and decision makers, should see it as an investment. And that's the key message I would like to send today. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine. Sorry. Let's hope for a world in which more people know about the child guarantee than know about Austrian Airways. That could be Can I ask you just briefly, a very brief follow-up question? How do we mainstream the things that we're talking today about parenting in the child guarantee?
Well, there is a lots of possibilities to mainstream it and to implement it, starting from each activity. So what can you do in the area of early childcare education and care? How can you help parents that the access to the facilities exists, that there are sufficient places, that they are sufficiently supported if they cannot afford it, if it's not for free. And we have seen that it is possible to be free. I'm sure that my Bulgarian colleague will speak about it, because I always say if Bulgaria managed, we all should find the ways how to manage it itself. So there is in the area of health and healthy nutrition, but there needs to be a lot of support. Lots of support from various angles. Civil society is crucial for out-of-school activities, for activities that are relevant to learning and teaching about parenting. There are so many elements that it could be done and helped, and as a matter of fact, we, at the EU level, we implemented in cooperation with our partners, which is a civil society, which is UNICEF in the end. UNICEF was implementing the pilot project on European child guarantee in 8 member states. In 3 member states, we had concrete activities. Like in 1 member state, we built a house within the Roma community, which serves as a support place for parents and children, and also for early detection of any kind of disorder or anything that is related to children. In the other 2 member states, we had concrete projects on the DI. We had concrete projects on some other spheres, on the migrant children. But this element of the strong partnership, we really do consider key in implementing the European Child Guarantee.
Thank you very much. Liana, same question to you. How do we harness the power of partnerships to take this forward?
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. It wouldn't be a better panel for me as the representative of ISA, but to be on the panel of partnerships. As many of you know, ISA is a network of about 100 member organizations. I recognize some in the room, and many of you in the room work with our member organizations on the ground in the region. I propose, actually, that we see partnerships as a network way of working. And I mean by this that we approach support for families, support for early child development, in a way that we recognize where knowledge and expertise sits, and that we join forces around a shared purpose. And we've heard earlier today how important that shared purpose is, and many speakers refer to the need of a common language, the need of aligning organizational priorities towards this shared purpose. I will give you just a few examples, and actually some of them are the result of a very close partnership between ISA, our office, and the regional office of UNICEF. One which I think is very familiar to colleagues from Serbia is the resource package for home visitors, supporting families for nurturing care. I know it has been used a lot in the region, and I'm happy to share with you that it's being used across the world, actually. I've just heard that they are using at scale in India and have translated it because it's public good. It's an open source. Now, this is a great example of a partnership where we, as an early childhood development association, joined forces with colleagues from UNICEF, but then later on joined forces with peers from the health sector. And we used knowledge that we used in early education, how adults learn, how to go about continuous professional development of practitioners. And we brought many of those principles and best practices to the health sector. It has been massively successful to influence practice, but also to influence policy. Another great example is our work, again, together with the regional office, in an initiative called Health Systems for Early Childhood. I hope many of you are familiar with it. We have regular webinars. We support a learning community across health sectors throughout our region. And again, it feels such a gap that we are joined, whenever we have a webinar, we are joined by participants from all over the world. One additional example, and it was mentioned earlier today about the importance of engaging men. We have an initiative called Engaging Men in Nurturing Care, and here we partnered with other networks that promote women's rights, equality of care, networks that focus on masculinities. So again, the notion of partnership means going out of our comfort zone, going out of our bubble, and finding the right partners for this shared purpose. With this initiative, we try to empower the workforce with skills that they need to support father engagement. We also work with members in Italy, for instance, to have training programs for fathers-to-be, because becoming a mother is seen long before the child is born, but fathers don't see themselves as fathers until the child is actually born. So we try to change social norms about what it means to be an engaged father. And the last example I would like to share with you is one where we support local governments. And I was thrilled to hear about the progress here in Serbia, colleagues from other countries in the region. Our work in this area has been, over the years, using the Primo Kids approach. Maybe some of you have heard. We are supporting local governments. In fact, to use the metaphor from Montenegro, we are supporting local governments to develop the strategy before the strategy, which means to go through a process of setting up a local action team that is involving different sectors, but also others in the community, like religious leaders, the cultural sector, the media. So this process of putting together the team, working towards having a needs assessment, truly understanding what the families need, and then designing a work plan, designing better services, better strategies for young children. To enhance this work, we have recently partnered with, again, UNICEF colleagues from the regional office, and we are delighted to invite all of you on July 4th, where in a webinar we will be launching a new toolbox for cities that again will help local governments be even better at designing their strategies for young children. To continue this dialogue, let me just wrap up that all the initiatives that I have shared with you, and there are many more in our network, actually try, as Evelina mentioned, to tackle the ecosystem around the young child, around families and caregivers. And for that reason, when we are having finally our ISA conference after 5 years break, many of you were asking this morning, when will be the next ISA conference? I'm very happy to invite all of you in Bulgaria on the 23rd and 24th of October. And we actually chose the title for this year's conference, "It takes an ecosystem for every child to thrive." So we hope that this dialogue, what does it take for that ecosystem? What does it take for us to make every door on which parents knock, again using Eva's metaphor, what does it take for every door to open and practitioners and services beyond that door be supportive for young children? So please join us in October. I have some flyers with me. It's not too late also to propose perhaps some presentations in panels. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you very much, Liana. Thank you. Anya, I'm so sorry. We gave you the shortest of notice that we were changing the order of questions, but the same question to you about harnessing partnerships, and perhaps also with an element of the private sector in particular.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you.
Ben. So I'm speaking from the business side, and it is maybe not a common belief, but private sector can have a much bigger influence than what we think. Thank you. Thank you. I will try to be as short as I can. I also have some pictures and some presentation that is gonna back up what I'm about to say, and I will answer it with two different directions, so to say. So first, what we do inside the company, I think it's also very important, because by supporting our employees and the people we work with, we support their families, and we take a certain burden out of them. And the benefits we implemented throughout the years proved to be a great success, and rather an investment and not an expense. These are flexible working hours, financial support, IT summer camp for kids that can't be taken care of during the summer, they're out of school, and free basketball school. So we try to target the group of our employees that are in most need of, and those are the parents of younger children. And by doing so, we are really showing that extra care, that extra empathy that is much needed in these days. So I don't know if the pictures are following me now. I hope they will come out soon. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know in other countries, but in Serbia, the kids, they start school age 7, and up until age of 12, they can't be left at home alone, and people have a great problem what to do with kids during summer holidays. So we organize this during July and August. It's completely free, and it's very educational, it's very fun, and the biggest benefit is that kids are for those weeks on the same campus as their parents. So they interact, they have all sorts of activities. But the maybe more important answer I want to give today is the one that I did with Code Academy, that it's part of Comtrade Group, and it's, this is a little bit just, sorry. Okay, to make it short, with my part in UNICEF, I went to development center in Rakovica, and there I met a mother. We were just there to give some donation. It was nothing very official. It was just a little bit of being there. The mother was there with a child. He was turning 5, and she was desperate. She couldn't go back to work. And so the policies weren't in accordance with her needs. And then for a few days I was thinking what we can do. There must be something we can do, because business is strong. Business can do a lot when eyes are wide open. And I came to the idea to try to see, to pre-qualify some of these parents and give the expertise of our core business, and I work in an IT company, so to use the expertise of my expertise and the ones of my colleagues and try to see what we can do. And then we collaborated with social services, with a school in Novi Sad, and with sports association in Belgrade to target these parents, who they are and what kind of needs do they have. And it was a very successful project. Last year it was the first one, the pilot one. We pre-qualified 40 parents, mostly mothers, who are usually left alone in these situations. It's a sad statistics in Serbia, 75% of them are left alone. And they became QA testers, and it was a great success. They can work from home, they're flexible, they have much bigger financial support for the kids, and we plan to continue it and to spread it in more different fields. But I invite today, and I take this opportunity to ask other companies, other businesses, to do something similar, or just to show a little bit more empathy when they have a parent of a disabled child in their company. And I don't know if the pictures were out from its, yeah, you saw it, so yeah, it was very emotional. And I got a lot of questions, was it difficult? And no, it was not difficult. It's just as operating any other project in any other business. There are challenges, and but it's like we have challenges in our everyday life all the time, and it was just much more rewarding. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Right, this is the last question of this session. It's going to be a short answer, a minute answer from all of the participants. And Katrina, we're going to start with you, so you could go if you need to get your flight. But just to say that people forget that 45 years ago, somebody said 20% of the world's children are vaccinated against deadly disease, preventable disease. We now have the knowledge, science, and reach to vaccinate every child. And I had a concerted campaign bringing together business, WHO, UNICEF, partners, and governments all around the world. And within a decade, vaccine coverage was increased to 80%, and child mortality went down by 61%. We think we're in the same position now with parenting, early childhood development. We want to make it universal. So if we have this vision that we can create a world in which every child is safe, loved, and nurtured, do you think it's doable? And what's one thing that we need to do to make it happen? And I'll go with Katerina first, so you can get the...
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Ben. It's a super difficult question for a minute to reply, and it's almost impossible. I have to say it's true that throughout the time many things can be done. But one thing I would like that we really pay attention, and that is that among all the children, there are those children that do require additional support and assistance. And these children must never be left behind. We even in EU have this phrase that children are left behind because parents of migrating, depopulation, labor market reasons had to move to the other children, and children are physically left behind. But I'm also speaking physically and metaphorically, and in any other way, there are children who must not be forgotten. It's nice to have a universal approach. It's nice to have the benefits for every child, but those children who are living in poverty, they require additional assistance, and they must be targeted. And I do believe that our EU-level policies, be it in the area of children directly, but also the care strategy, the long-term care recommendation, and many others, in the end, the recommendation on inclusion on the revision of Barcelona targets. I don't know if you are familiar with the Barcelona targets. It's about the enrollment of children in the preschool education and care. So whatever happens, those who require additional assistance should get this additional assistance in order to have the equal footing and equal playing field, and that's the crucial for EU-level policies.
Thank you very much. Sabine.
So quick answer, yes, I absolutely think it's possible to provide parenting support for every parent that needs it. If we've managed to eradicate polio, get people to stop smoking in public spaces, to wear their seatbelts, for God's sake, then we can provide parenting support to every parent who needs it. How do we do it? I think I would literally be fired if I didn't say the health sector response. So I have to say the health sector response. I found interesting, I quickly counted when Eva presented the slides with the doors, 9 out of the 13 doors were health related. And so I really see the role of a health sector. I've worked with social services my whole life, but there is a connotation of social services that they're going to take your kid away. So I think the health sector is a trusted messenger, goes into people's homes, goes into the early childhood years with mothers and fathers. So I really do think strengthening the health sector is an important way forward.
Thank you so much. Diana?
So I'll go back to using a network way of working. We do have the knowledge, but in order to make sure that the knowledge gets into the hands of users, we need a network approach. I also think that there's a role for the civil society organizations that are embedded in their communities. So obviously ministries, local governments, all those responsible have a role. At the same time, representatives of the civil society have the trust of the families. And I think that COVID has showed us that when we all went into crisis, the first responders were the civil society to help those in need that were excluded. The war in Ukraine also showed us the power of the civil society, both in the country and in countries welcoming refugees. So I urge us to make sure that we have a strong civil society, because there will be more crises and they will be needed again to be the first responders. They are the ones who innovate, they are the ones that partner, again, with families in the communities, but also with service providers. I would offer a second opportunity and threat at the same time. Technology is very powerful. Apps, artificial intelligence. We have great opportunities now to use artificial intelligence, also supporting parents. Just think about the power it has for parents with children with autism, and it is already being used. But I also want to remind us about threats. I heard someone saying, if you think back decades later, when the TV became the new babysitter for children, there is a danger now that artificial intelligence might become the new babysitter. So we, as the early years advocates and experts and policymakers, we need, again, to use a partnership, a way of working, a network way of working. We need to reach out to those developers of apps, and we need to make sure we work with them in ways that will not make artificial intelligence more of a threat than a useful tool.
I think that's a really important point, that we have to do what we can now to ensure the best outcomes for children, because new threats and challenges will come tomorrow. Anya, I'm going to slightly rephrase the question for you from a Serbian perspective. You know, you've seen today some of the parenting support that we want to put in the hands of every parent. Do you think that's possible in Serbia? And name one thing that we could all do to make that happen?
I need more engagement from each part of the system and multi-sectoral approach. As I just said before, I had to reach out to multiple institutions to perform a project. So again, you need to cover the most people. You need to have a collaboration, and I think, and again, from an IT company, of course, today everything is digitalized, and information is all around us. It might not always be a good information, so I believe we need experts in utilizing this information and implementing it, and also for this topic as well. If it's spread from nursery school to elementary, high school, and then at workplaces and public institutions, and the same message is spread all over again, but the message is approved from the experts and the materials are science backed up, I think we can do that. Yeah.
Good to hear. Thank you very much. James, do you have anything to add? All right, good. So thank you very much for panelists. Thank you very much for understanding the impromptu change to the timing. And thank you all for your participation.
Thanks once again from my side. Hvala svim učesnicima. You can return to your seats. Ili na srpskom, kako god. Sada nam sledi kratka pauza.
So now we will have a short coffee break, after which, we can meet back at 4:30. After that, we will have a session for intersectoral support to parenting, effective multisectoral parenting support at scale. We will have Alexandra Jovic from UNICEF and her panelists, so we'll have another very interesting panel discussion. But what we all need right now is some refreshments. See you in half an hour.
So there will be a video before we start.
Yes, of course. You are the boss.
I was told. Houston, we are ready to go. I got the honor to facilitate this last panel of the first day because I have a red jacket. And I was told that that's the only way that people will pay attention at 5:30 or 4:30. We are good. So I see smiling faces, I see looks, so we made it. You know, the red jacket have done the work. But I have an amazing panel in front of you that will talk about what was mentioned today so many times, but in the context of the most difficult thing, the challenge, you know, a barrier, and that's multi-sectoral cooperation for parenting support, not any multi-sectoral cooperation. But before you get scared, I can also promise that there are solutions on the table. And we have amazing women and men that will share what are those amazing examples and how they've made progress in ensuring that there is parenting support and that there is a possibility to scale it up. And before I continue and present wonderful panelists, I have to tell you that this panel is actually, it's not the end of today's day. If you thought that you go home after this, but there is a wonderful thing afterwards, because like in every conference, we have really the wealth of experience in this room, 20 countries that want to show you and that want to make the space to tell you what are they doing in their context. So we will have 7, I think, countries who will present at the parenting fair that will happen in the rooms 2 and 3 when you get out of this big room, and you will have an opportunity to ask more questions that we didn't have time with the panelists, unfortunately. So with that, we are good to start. Jelena and Misha will shout if I forget anything. And you will see today we have really 2 groups of countries, one EU member state and one non-EU member states, because they share some similarities but also some differences. And as we all aspire to become EU member states, we will see what's on the way. We will try to also with this panel to start bridging the way between the policies and practices, because multi-sectoral collaboration is important both for policy design, policy making, but also equally or even more for policy implementation. So let me start with Martino Serapioni, who is a research coordinator at Confederation of Family Organizations in the European Union, COFACE, who will today be our keynote speaker in a minute. From Bulgaria, we are honored to have with us Natalia Efremova, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Labor and Social Policy. A warm welcome to Margareta Mađerić, State Secretary, Ministry of Labor, Pension System, Family and Social Policy from Croatia. Very glad that you are with us. We also have a pleasure of having with us Milica Pejović-Milovančević, Director of Mental Health Institute and Coordinator of the National Working Group for Early Childhood Development from Serbia. And last but not the least, from the country panel, is Esra Yaman, Head of Department from the Ministry of Family and Social Services from Turkey. And from the World Bank, we have the honor of having Ella Victoria Humphrey, who is Education Specialist from the World Bank. So, you all know who is who. And Martino, yeah. I will give you the floor. And Martino will have, I mean, we will not talk only about, country experiences. We will start with evidence again. Yeah. Because Martino and the directory, observation directory on family policies developed a report on how to overcome sectoral fragmentation in supporting families with young children.
Do you mind if I stay? I'm really comfortable.
Does anyone mind? Make yourself comfortable.
Okay.
Do you need a clicker?
The clicker, maybe, yeah.
Houston, we need a clicker.
Here. It's here, Martina. This is for cooperation and coordination.
So, hi, thanks a lot for the invitation. If you find my intervention half as interesting as I found the ones that came before me, that's success. So, thank you for the introduction. I'm, Martino Serapioni. I'm research coordinator at COFAS, Confederation of Family Associations of the European Community. We are an advocacy network based in Brussels. I'm Italian. We represent more or less 50, 60 national family associations in about 25 countries of the European Union and beyond, actually. In 2022, we have the clicker.
We have it.
It is going. Okay, sorry. There is a delay. I'll make. Doesn't matter. Yes. In 2022, we, alongside our partners, the Odyssey University of Applied Science, which is an institute in the network of the University of Louvain, we decided to establish a small knowledge hub, which we call the European Observatory on Family Policy. The idea was to create a platform for the analysis and dissemination of information regarding new trends in family policy across Europe. Immediately, our decision was not to focus on dynamics pertaining to specific policy areas related to families, but rather to try and explore innovative models of complementary action, of complementarity between some of these family policies areas. And in this spirit, our first report, as Alexandra said, was our first output was this comparative descriptive report. We looked at 5 European countries, and we tried to understand and describe what these 5 countries were doing, how they were going about solving improving alignment and integration in relation to what we perceive to be some lines of fragmentation that cut across the family policy sector, the family policy field, segmenting it, particularly when it comes to services and frameworks that address families with young children. The starting assumption for our work was that in most European countries, most countries of the European Union, we specifically looked at Germany, Poland, Italy, the Flemish region of Belgium, and Finland. But in most European countries, the setup of programs and initiatives targeting families with young children is still really segmented, with multiple public agencies and administrations that oversee separate areas of service provision. And this is naturally creating a very challenging situation for families for a variety of reasons. The second assumption that we worked on in our report is that something has been moving in Europe in recent years, and on the front of integration and alignment, whether for reason of economic efficiency or because there's actually an attempt to improve the delivery for families. A lot of European frameworks, but also especially national level initiatives, have try to bring together and build cooperation between agency services and professionals in this sector to overcome this fragmentation. A classic example, and maybe the most widely known line of fragmentation related to the family policy sector is the so-called childcare gap. The childcare gap refers to that period, if you're not familiar, between the end of statutory care-related employment leave, like parental leave, the period between the end of well-paid leave and the beginning of an entitlement to a place in formal childcare where the family is left a bit hanging, relying only on its own resources to provide childminding. The notion is normally used, we use it to highlight the lack of alignment between the framework of leave and the framework of earning, like early childhood education, two frameworks that, in our mind, in an integrated family policy scenario, should not just communicate, but be perfectly aligned to close and not leave any period in between these two, these two frameworks open. The other crucial point of fragmentation, less frequently discussed, is the lack of coordination between services that, generically speaking, cater to families with young children in the perinatal phase and beyond in the early years. We've seen that improving the well-being of children and parents during pregnancy and in postpartum and during the first 1,000 days and in the early years in general is really becoming a priority on the agenda, at the European Union level and more or less everywhere at the national level too. And in parallel to this, we observe also what we would call a growing recognition of the importance of approaching prevention, but also child development and family well-being in general through comprehensive approaches, like addressing, for instance, not only was mentioned before, like the physical, but also psychological, social, and inclusion aspects together, and developing coordination between the agencies in charge to provide this support during this period is increasingly considered important. However, it is not easy. Like integrating different services, particularly services that these different into a cohesive framework, presents significant challenges. Like early parenting support is not a distinct policy field, but is more of like a composite, extremely complex space with multiple organizations, multiple regulations, agency, workforces, professional cultures coexisting within it, and it's not easy to reshape this space into an integrated fashion. Overcoming the fragmentation does not. 10 minutes more. Does not only require a window of opportunity, I think, to break away from that resistance to change that characterizes institutions and the political scientists normally refer to as the path dependence, but it also requires ideas and new models, like concrete ideas and concrete new models. It is not enough to say that we should dismantle the traditional silos, but we also should also be able to indicate what new integrated models we want to replace these silos of the approach to deliveries with, and these integrated models are underpinned by what multi-agency protocols and supported by what governance frameworks. And in our report, we try, well, not to answer, but to describe some answer to these questions. And particularly, we focus on family centers. Family centers we see as an example of one possible example of such new integrated service models, bringing together provisions and professionals originally scattered across multiple agencies. And these centers around Europe are becoming more and more popular. They still vary incredibly in form, shape, importance accorded to them by political authorities, and normally the way they manifest themselves is by offering a baseline of co-located services catering both to young children and parents of young children, from perinatal to counseling, pediatrics, and some type of social assistance. The first model, I'm getting into probably the more interesting part, I will describe rapidly three of the models we described, although in the report we talk about other instances, but these are perhaps the three more interesting. The first model is the one from Finland, and it's a model that exemplifies a case of extensive and long-standing integration between health and the social care sectors. Well-established, long-dated, like this particularly so in relation to preventive aid for families around childbirth. Family centers serve as true hubs for multi-agency work, and especially in recent years have gained massive strategic importance in light of a couple of reforms that have expanded the space for interactions between the health, social, and early education dimension. The concept of family center in Finland encompasses an entire network of, let's say, physical facilities where services were designed to meet together these needs of children, young people are co-located. They used to be under the responsibility of municipalities. These family centers are today shifted under the responsibility of so-called well-being service counties, which is a complete new level of government that's been introduced in Finland like in the past 2 years. It's basically a district-like level of governance exclusively devoted to the management of welfare system. And that's what happens when you look at the Scandinavian countries then. Additionally to the, let's say, facility where services are co-located, family centers usually can rely to a network of, they're called open meeting places, which expand their range on the territory. They serve mainly as spaces for group activities or events, but are also spaces where activities organized and normally delivered in the central family center can be, let's say, delegated. It's a really effective method to reach out to the vast territory. In general, to close it, like the Finnish family centers cater to all family. This is an important feature. They rely on a notion of multidisciplinarity, but they're also informed by a principle of universalism. Their key functions, which are like monitoring and parenting, monitoring healthcare, supporting positive parenting, and offering rehabilitation, counseling after divorce, and key support to migrant families, supporting their integration. These key 5 functions need to be provided by all family centers all around the country. The Flemish model, fine, okay, I should be there. The Flemish government, the Flemish area has seen similar progresses in the direction of integrating health and social sectors. In 2023, an integrated care department has been founded, but the Flemish equivalent of the family centers actually date back to 2013, and they're called the Houses of the Child. They were created in 2013 by a merger of parenting support agencies and preventing family support services. So with the idea of providing holistic support to families. And the key idea behind these houses is not that much to provide a universal baseline of services all over Flanders, that too, to a degree, but is really to enhance collaboration between existing actors already active in family support or really exist on the territory, but if left alone would provide a fragmented type of support. Centralize the strength and resources available on the territory in one collocated facility. So in this sense are born and very much still function the children's houses as partnerships and networks formed by partnership between organizations and local authorities. And the result is like collocating multi-purpose facilities focus on prevention largely. How comprehensive their support and preventive offer is oftentimes depend on how strong and expanded the local network around a certain family house has been able to grow, which oftentimes depends on the quality and the actions of the director of the children's houses. So more targeted to the territory, more responsive to the characteristics of a territory, but at the same time, more space for variation from one area to another compared to the Finland cases. What they offer usually normally is preventive healthcare, parenting support, and general activities promoting social integration and cohesion. The essential services that you always find is normally outpatient clinics and drop-in counseling teams and support centers. Maybe then I'll say something on the origin. Like finally, Germany, real quick. Well, Germany is the drum of comparative researchers because it's so differentiated internally that it's almost impossible to. But anyway, real quick, the expansion of family centers in Germany started in the early 2000s and is part of a true revolution in the way family support was conceived in that country. The idea was to create institutions that cater to the whole family, offer child-centered and parent-centered services together. Immediately, various municipalities started establishing their own integrated settings, starting in mid-2005, 2010s. These centers were giving 1,000 of different names depending on where they exist. At this point, I think 15 out of 16 Länder have a regional law defining, in their own way, the family center. The state that personally we found more interesting, also because it presents a model that is different from Finland and the Flanders, is the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, which, along with Lower Saxony, where they led the way in the establishment of these centers in the early 2000s. I think their law is from 2006. They did not go about creating collocated multipurpose facilities to begin with. They started from ECEC. They started from daycare centers, and they decided to expand the daycare centers. Like they thought the daycare center provide a point of reference on the territories that could be exploited, like a hook that could be helpful to reach out to parents, and they started to build them up by adding parenting counseling, mentoring, in some cases like some healthcare function. And by 2023, 40% of municipalities in North Rhine-Westphalia and Lower Saxony, sorry, the daycare centers, nursery daycare centers in 40%, 40% of daycare centers in North Rhine-Westphalia and Lower Saxony have evolved into Familienzentren, as they call them. Like, I can elaborate more on this model because it's extremely interesting later. In conclusion, conclusions, like I wanted to give some pointers for reflections, like, yeah, there's some signs that the importance of providing a holistic assistance to families is being placed on the agenda, both at the national and the European level in these years. The idea that we do not only need to expand service provision, we also need some frameworks within which these services that we are expanding are able to cooperate with one another. this is becoming, our impression is like increasingly accepted. The conclusion is that overcoming the challenge of fragmented services requires the dismantling of silos and the introduction of cooperative networks. But we also need to be ready to accept the fact that the forms that these networks take will change, and it's good that they change. They need, to a degree, the space to be really responsive to the characteristics of the areas where they emerge. And this seemed to me to be one essential feature of success for the successful emergence and consolidation of these experiences. They need to be pushed. They need a legal framework, national or regional, within which to emerge, but they need also the freedom to develop in the way that fits the territory where they are more. I think that's my conclusion.
Thanks a lot.
No problem.
Thanks a lot, Martino, for sharing these really interesting examples. And as we heard again, there is no blueprint. You know, people as creative beings need some frameworks, some legal frameworks, but then sufficient flexibility to function in between. And we will come to the success factors also more. But these positive examples pave the way forward. And I'm glad that we will hear more from other panelists. And Mrs. Mađerić, could we start with you? Yes, of course. With Croatia as one of the countries that has successfully implemented the child guarantee. And what we know is that you have used child guarantee as EU instrument to support parenting policies and programs. And I would really like to know, was the process helpful? You developed a national plan. Was the process helpful to bring together all actors and to ensure some level of sustainability and scale up later?
Hvala vam lijepa na postavljenom pitanju.
Thank you very much for this question. And in the beginning, I would like to thank both UNICEF and the government of the Republic of Serbia for the possibility to come here on behalf of the Republic of Croatia to present the pilot project that we implemented. As the line ministry, Ministry of Labor, Family and Social Policy in cooperation with UNICEF, this is the phase 3 of the project Guarantee for Every Child. We also have experts both from the Ministry of Science and Education, Ministry of Health, also from the University of Social Work from the city of Zagreb. And I believe that tomorrow during the day you will also have the opportunity to hear good examples of good practice that are implemented in the Republic of Croatia. When it comes to the child guarantee document, the Republic of Croatia has adopted this, the official session of the government last year. And until then, we had a working group that consisted of both experts and intersectoral bodies. But what's important to say, it also gathered NGOs, everybody who worked in protecting child rights and everybody who is advocating for better and continuous care and support to children and families in the Republic of Croatia. Phase 3 of the Guarantee for Every Child, this phase of the project was implemented by Croatia and our ministry in cooperation with UNICEF in the Međimurje County. It is important to mention that the Međimurje County is one of the most developed counties in the Republic of Croatia, but at the same time, it has a large percentage of population who are receiving guaranteed minimum financial assistance. They are at risk of poverty, and it also has a large number of children who are either at risk of poverty, children with developmental difficulties, and members of the Roma national minority. And precisely in cooperation with the experts, we detected that this is the ideal area where we could implement this project. So Croatia was one of the 7 countries, 7 EU member states who implemented it. Bulgaria was also included, and we have excellent and high quality experience. And of course, we are grateful to the European Commission who funded this through their own funds. What are the results of the project? I would briefly like to say Ms. Katarina Ivančević-Knežević in the previous panel highlighted that maybe the 3 most important goals. So integrated services of child protection and support of families, and this is actually the reason why we started with this project. We need to help children, but we also need to help parents. I believe that the conclusion of today's, and I'm sure tomorrow's discussions and panels, and the conclusions of the conference would be that today's modern family is encountering numerous challenges, and that parents simply need the support of the entire community. And definitely, regardless of where in the world we are, from which organization we are, whether we are from the governments or the NGO sector or humanitarian organizations, or everybody is encountering the same problems. Or maybe to put it more nicely, not problems, but challenges. And this is why within the Guarantee for Every Child project in the Međimurje County, we opened 4 resource centers, and we refurbished another one. So those are places where children could play, and in cooperation with the Family Center, experts and UNICEF, but also in cooperation with professors from the university in Zagreb, Faculty of Social Work, we work together with children and families. Another thing I would like to highlight is a challenge, an important part of this project is that parents were all present, and in a way, these parental competencies, they were improving them. We were watching, we were thinking how to make sure that when the project is over, parents can continue to implement this in their families. We definitely created high-quality preschool education for children, and this is good preparation for primary school education, so that children from the Roma national minority could start school, and even more importantly, so they can complete school. And what's important, we had coordinated, integrated services of early interventions. Another thing I would definitely like to highlight is that mothers who are in the project were also involved. Our colleagues from UNICEF in Croatia know, Martina is here, and everybody who was supporting this project the entire time, they know about this. These women worked with children, they taught them how to transfer these competencies to children in their own families, but also to children in their environment. And maybe the most importantly, when the project was completed, the government of the Republic of Croatia and our ministry that is in charge of the childcare opened the center for providing community-based services. So this is an institution that was established by the government, by the Republic of Croatia, where we have around 20 experts working there. They took over the resource centers. We provided some other properties for children without parental care, and we continue this project. So there is sustainability in the Međimurje County, so this is still being implemented. So on the one hand, EU Commission funds, now budget funds, and in general, the amount of funds in the past 8 years from the EU funds for integrated services, for all services that are being implemented in Croatia, amount to around 650 million euros. So both the government and the Prime Minister, Mr. Plenković, set clear goals that the absolute priority is children, support to families and to parents, so the children in Croatia could have a good quality, high quality standard, and most importantly, so they can have good and high quality education. Just one more sentence. So based on these policies and related to support to children in Croatia, we are already providing free textbooks for children for primary education, free meals, so a lunch in all schools across the Republic of Croatia for primary school children, so for primary schools, and we are providing hygiene packages for girls to combat poverty. By 2030, the government will, although kindergartens are governed by the self-governments, the government has actively joined building and upgrading kindergartens for children, and by 2030 we will make sure that every child has a place in kindergartens, and we are moving to an all-day single-shift services. These are all the services that we are providing. Most of them are almost, most of the things are almost fully implemented, and I believe that we will complete everything else, like we completed everything so far.
I think that what you mentioned and what was really powerful, there is a government with the commitment and the shared vision that then can bring all the different sectors together and use the resources in a way that will ensure integrated and sustainable services that will be sustainable with the budgetary resources. So child guarantee is not beginning at the end, it is just the start. We also have Bulgaria and Mrs. Efremova, who can share their experience from the child guarantee. I know that you also have managed to make the national plan, bring stakeholders together, pilot early intervention, home visiting, some other services. What were your experiences from this process, and did it help in multi-sectoral collaboration?
Thanks a lot. First of all, for the opportunity not only to share the Bulgarian experience and being here at this conference, but inspire myself, because as a national coordinator of the European Child Guarantee, sometimes it's difficult. It's difficult to gather all these stakeholders and make them be also so inspired as I am personally. And we are trying in the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy to push the Child Guarantee in order to meet its aim. And in Bulgaria, we have put a very ambitious aim to reduce the children living in poverty or at risk of poverty by more than 200,000 children and their families, which is a very, very difficult aim. But we hope that till the year of 2030, we will reach this reduction of people living in poverty. And I will focus on these vulnerable families in Bulgaria, not on the whole child policy, because it's very difficult to make the balance between what we've seen earlier in this pyramid, to have a basic public services for everybody, because every single family needs help, no matter how educated our parents, no matter how much information they have. And on the other hand, to focus the support, the biggest support to the vulnerable groups. So what we are trying to have as a philosophy of our policy for child protection is to not only to have the child at the center of provision of services, but to have parents active participating in this child care. Not only being a beneficiary of service, but being active. And that's why we are trying to have actions in 3 directions. First of all, to have parents and to encourage them to be kind of in a partnership with all services providing support in order to make them and motivate them to put their child in early educational system. Then the second direction of our support is the provision of information of what types of different services do we have in Bulgaria, because we have lots of services for families, but not every different specialist can direct the family to the right service. So this is very difficult. And this is something that we are working on. And the third direction is counseling for children's development disorders when we have such family with such types of problems. As regards the National Child Guarantee Plan, yes, we do have such, it's basically financed actually by the state budget, not so much by the European funds. which is good because it has a wide range of intervention measures and, of course, indicators and monitoring system. We also decided to have a short-term plans, 2 years plans, because this is the way to monitor very closely what we are doing and what we are achieving and where we have to refocus if needed when something doesn't go very well. So this is something specific for our approach. While we were establishing this action plan, we had the chance, as it was previously said, to have the pilot project of UNICEF. They've created, together with our municipalities, 4 types of models. 3 of them are very well connected with the parenting approach and support. The first thing is the home visiting service. This is not something that is new for Bulgaria, but is very well forgotten, I would say, because in the past, 30 or 40 years ago, we had such type of patronage care in Bulgaria for every type of family. Nowadays, it's not the situation. Nowadays, we are trying to re-establish these home visiting services for vulnerable groups, families living in difficult situations, mixing the specialists from the healthcare and the health system with specialists, if needed, from the social system, in order to give a package of support, of counseling, how to breastfeed the newborn child. This home visiting is only for families with kids up to 3 years or pregnant women, and to give them support from the beginning of the children's birth. The second model of intervention that was created with the support of UNICEF was on early childhood intervention. We've created a very helpful instruments of this early childhood intervention in order to see if there are deficiencies for the kids from these vulnerable groups. And the third type of model was connected with outreaching the vulnerable groups to create preventive services, especially for them, and of course not only for the children but for the whole family. How and what are we doing nowadays? Because, okay, we have these models, but we have to scale up. And that's why we were using the European funding, and we've had a call for proposals. And nowadays, these models were tested in 10 municipalities. During the pilot project nowadays, we have more than 100 places in Bulgaria. More than 60 municipalities are trying and are actually using this knowledge and all this provided support to different types of services that we have. So this is only in the field of early childhood intervention and development. I mean, we have services specifically developed for this early childhood development support, but in the National Action Plan, actually we have more than 100 different types of measures in all main fields of the child guarantee, which is connected with access to early child care and education, access to healthcare services, access to social housing, which is not very well developed yet in Bulgaria, and this is one of our challenges, to make our Ministry of Housing to help and to involve much more in this field. So this is that. Maybe this is the focus of our work. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is a lot, and I think one of the reasons is that we have time constraints. If we would continue talking, I'm sure it is even richer than you could share, but it is already promising. From a good policy, you are expanding and scaling up. And although this is a child guarantee example, I'm sure that the lessons shared by Margareta and Bulgaria example will be applicable across other countries, because there are many, many same factors that influence success. And we have now 2 non-EU member states that use budgetary resources. Of course, there is also donor support, but budget is still main source of support for the family and parenting support services. So let me start with Serbia, that doesn't even have ECD umbrella policy or a strategy. It has a call for action that has united ministers, as we hear, in 2018. And we've seen 5 ministers at the opening today. What was impressive for every country. So what was the secret? To have parenting programs and policies here.
Thank you, Alexandra. Let me first thank you, all of you guys who come abroad to Belgrade. Welcome to Belgrade, and I really appreciate your time, and it's great that you are all here. Now I will continue in Serbian, because this is something that we agree about that. Hvala prvo što ste...
Well, first, thank you for staying until the end. This is a session where I had a task to talk about the policy, so I'm always defending. I say I'm not into that, but obviously I am. So, in a way, all the time I've been looking at what Marko Somborec is drawing. He's my favorite illustrator. I don't know if he's here. I didn't meet him, but this is actually a fight. So, I want to tell you about how we achieved that, to have 5 ministers here. And I will really say who is the most responsible for that. But I also want to talk about, I mean, all of us here, I'm a child psychiatrist, so we're very hot for child development, to put it like that. And we are really working on that. And this is something that really connects us all. So a love towards children, the love towards what we can provide to children and their parents. So now, Serbia's journey started 15 years ago. And I have to tell you that none of this would happen if it hadn't been for very hard-working ladies from UNICEF. I would like to kindly ask you to have some energizer by giving them a huge round of applause, to thank Jelena, to thank Mila, to thank Alexandra, to thank Verica, to thank Bojana, and all the lovely, wonderful, hard-working ladies that have been supporting us for years. Now, what I would like to say is that 15 years ago we started. Everything is done in silos, in single sectors. This was like that. We believed that we were doing fantastic things in Serbia. I was terribly proud, and I'm still terribly proud of the healthcare system in Serbia. And we thought, okay, social protection is doing their thing, the education is doing their own thing. Everybody was doing the best from their point of view, the best for children and parents. However, back then we noticed some limitations. We noticed the impossibility for one system to provide support. I was really angry at social protection, you know, because, oh my God, they don't understand how much support children needs, you know. Not to mention education, they didn't know anything. But none of us, you know, this is from our point of view, of course, from the healthcare, none of us could do anything alone. And the first thing that we did in our country, that was an example, this was about the abuse and neglect of children. We understood that when it comes to protecting children from trauma. Today we had several fantastic stories about trauma, and we realized that we couldn't do anything until we joined forces. So in addition to changes that we had in our system, there were also changes in education. We as Serbia, we turned towards inclusion. This inclusiveness is still, in my opinion, a bit problematic. Social protection started with deinstitutionalization, etc. So it took a lot of time, and these 15 years, you know, in these 15 years we had several paradigm shifts. The first paradigm shift was in us, ourselves. For us to come from this centric role, I know best role, we turned towards the multi-systemic point of view. And in a way, we overcame this centric point of view. We have women here who helped me a lot to change my paradigm and to go beyond this box, you know, doctors are gods, you know, doctors know the best. No. When we understood that, not only us, not only the healthcare system, but when we started learning from each other, only then we started with the second paradigm shift. We wanted to find the multi-systemic solutions. from multi-sectoral, we moved into transdisciplinary approach, and this is a huge change that really went through a pyramid. So we received education, we are thankful for that. Then we broadened what we learned, we transferred this to other areas. We knew who were the people, visiting nurses, mediators, various other people who started entering this system. And in a way, they helped us broaden and expand the idea about ECD. And what is important, you heard today that back in 2016, we adopted the National Program for Improving Development. And even 8 years ago, it was a really good roadmap about where we need to go, what we need to do, education of parents, you know, and to recognize difficulties early and to introduce instruments. So 8 years ago, we wanted to introduce instruments. We still haven't done that, although we, the professionals, are using them. But there is this questionnaire that is fantastic. We translated it, we did revelation, etc. But it is still, so no, at the stage questionnaire, yes. So it is still not omnipresent. Not still sure why. We'll try to overcome this. Then we had a great systemic analysis in 2017 to know where we are, what we are doing, what we have. We did a lot of things in 2017. We had a lot of things, but this was not interconnected. And then we had this call to action that you, Alexandra, mentioned. And then we had the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, Social Protection. And we started, this was a milestone. And we established, and we also have this third paradigm shift. We're not looking at things whether a child has or doesn't have difficulties, they need or don't need something, but we wanted to go to a multi-systemic point of view. We did the functional assessment of the child and the family. What a child needs, what a family needs. Not, you know, for us, no, we know what's the best for the child and for the family. No, we wanted to recognize their needs together with them. And I think this is when we started establishing various working groups. This is what Alexandra mentioned. It's, we have a special working group. It starts from healthcare, but okay. This is when we first convinced, this working group is in the Ministry of Health, yes. So we asked them, called colleagues from the education, called colleagues from the social protection, called representatives of parents. In this working group, we don't have a representative of parents. We have a sister who has a brother with developmental difficulties. And of course, we have a representative from UNICEF. And I think only then we managed to have a comprehensive view. And another thing that we are particularly proud of, from 2019, we started implementing the new model of family-centered interventions. And family-centered interventions gave a new philosophy to our understanding of things, that we really do have very good evidence that family is the place where all the interventions and all the knowledge about the children should come together. And in a previous year and a half, in as many as 36 local government units, intersectoral bodies were established for early childhood development and parenting. And they adopted some new measures, some new rules, and they allocated additional budgets. And I can proudly say that more than $1 million were allocated for that. You heard we are happy and we are expecting the new Center for Early Childhood Development and Inclusion to be open this year. You will hear about this tomorrow. I'm not going to talk about this now. But okay, now we are here 5 years after this call to action to support early childhood development. We are here at this conference. You could see the dedication of the state. Yes, 5 ministers were here today, but I'm missing the 6th one that we also invited, very important minister, Minister of Finance. Because if we don't allocate funds, our action, our enthusiasm, I mean, you can see we are so full of enthusiasm, you know, our group of people. But we really need financial support. Not to have this just a project. We always go from fantastic project to project, project to project. But it is really important for this to be, not just for us to have the paradigm shift in our heads, in our souls, but we want to have the paradigm shift in the functioning of a state. So in addition to improving the policies, we can recognize this, we also need some other changes that need to go hand in hand with policies. And in order to have this model of cooperation that exists and it nurtures this family-oriented approach, many changes are still necessary, still need to happen. We need to work on ensuring sustainability. Because in addition to enthusiasm, we also need to have constant reminders, you know. We need to constantly increase capacities. And we don't want services to overlap. We need to learn, get to know each other even better, to know who can do what, who cannot do something. And we also always need to keep connecting. So I believe we will also reflect on the challenges later. But now I will just mention something that concerns me the most. We need to have more people who will work on this. More people requires more funds. More funds, this is something that the government continuously needs to be allocating. And that's it for now, so maybe later we can continue this discussion. Thank you very much.
Hvala mnogo Milici, nadam se.
Thank you very much, Milica. I hope you have learned a lot from these experiences, but we have another major country.
With us, and I'm sorry for my, flipping of the languages, but Turkey is a huge country, and you're coming from the Ministry of Family and Social Policy, and you have a huge national program. And we spoke about multi-sectoral challenges in coordination, but there are also challenges in coordination between different levels of the authority and the government. I think Turkey is an excellent example to share a little bit about your parenting program and how did you ensure that you also have this coordination between different levels of authority.
Thank you so much. Also, first of all, thank you for inviting us here in Turkey. I'm so glad to be here in part of this conference, fruitful conference. Yes, we are talking since morning. Family plays an important role in raising children, also providing all kinds of developmental needs of children, especially in the difficult life events. In the face of difficult life events, family unity and family resilience serves a protective and supportive function for all family members, both for parents and for children. But nowadays, families facing many problems, and kinds of those problems more complex compared to the past. However, social support systems are not powerful as again compared to the past years. There are two main problems nowadays. First of all, is intergenerational communication is decreasing day by day, and intergenerational transfer of knowledge, positive knowledge and experiences about parenting and family life, also about marriage life, significantly disrupted. And of course, as you know, there are so much information about parenting and marriage life in the internet, in the media, but parents so much difficulty in accessing reliable and accurate information about parenting and marriage life. At that point, supporting families with reliable and up-to-date information about family life is highly important. And family education program is important tools to support families, to parents, and in order to maintain family well-being, to preserve psychological resilience of family members. And in this brief presentation, I want to share some basic information about National Family Education Program. We are implementing nationwide, approximately throughout 800 trainers. And this national education program is developed in 2012 by the Ministry of Family and Social Services. Of course, before the ministry, there are other family training programs or parent training programs conducted by NGOs or other institutions. But there is some limitation of these programs. They are only focused on child development topics in those training programs. The family education program developed by the Ministry of Family and Social Services covers 5 main fields. One of them is education and communication, second one is law, third one is economics, fourth one is media, and last one is health. Under these 5 main areas, there are 28 training modules based on these 5 areas. In the first area, in the field of education and communication, with the training modules, our aim is to deliver knowledge and skills regarding relationship in the family. How we can start a relationship, how can we maintain those relationships, and if we need, how can we end up these relationships in a healthy way. And in the first field, in the field of education and communication, we also focus on different period of family lifestyle. Starting from the pre-marriage process, we also focus on newlywed couples, becoming parents, children starting school, children in the adolescence period, children leaving home, also having a grandchildren. We focus this main period of family lifestyle. In the second field, in the law, with the training modules, we aim to convey basic legal information necessary for the family members in the daily life. So we support family members to be aware of their duties and rights in the daily life, in the field of law. In the third field, under the family education program, is economics. Our aim here in that field to support families, to help them manage their financial resources more efficiently, and also make their consumption choices more realistic way, and also live a more environmental friendly family life. And the fourth field under this education program is media. With the training modules developed under this subfield, our aim is to help parents to benefit from the opportunities of the media platforms in a more conscious way, and also minimize their risks coming from media, helping parents to use media platforms, especially social media, more consciously. The last but not the least, the field under the family education program is health. Our first goal here is to protect and improve the health of the family members, in turn improve the public health, and the final goal is to minimize the health costs and decreasing the diseases in general society. As you said, with this family education program, we not just cover child development, we include this program 5 different topics: communication, law, media, economics, and health. Our main target group with this training program, first main target group, families who benefit from social aid programs of the ministry. Our main goal is here to integrate social aid programs, social assistance programs with psychosocial support services, with family training programs and family counseling programs. It is highly important to support families living in economically and social disadvantaged condition, not only with financial and monetary means, but also psychosocial, social support models, like family training programs. We deliver these trainings, family trainings, through seminars or small group sessions, and also with home visits with our professional staff. And with group sessions and seminars, we are implementing them social service centers, family support centers, and multi-purpose community centers organized, coordinated by the ministry. This training is not just implemented in the ministry's centers. We also make collaboration with other institutions to reach more families and to reach different kinds of families, family members. We build collaboration with other local governmental institutions, municipalities, or trade unions, with schools, with religious institutions, also universities, especially to reach fathers and male. We make cooperation with national security forces, police forces. Also, we make common training programs with trade unions or private sector factories, like to reach both father and blue-collar workers. We believe that this family training program, family education programs, really crucial to support families to increase their access, reliable and accurate information about family life and parenting. So we are continuing our studies with this belief and vision. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Yaman. It was a wonderful example how you can, one ministry delivers, but it integrates content of many different sectors and collaborates with many untraditional partners. And I hope that you have all took note of security forces, of trade unions that can all help to deliver, and of course of the local level. We have used all our time, and I'm happy that we have Ella with us from the World Bank, because the question to her is to reflect a little bit, based on her broad experience globally and in the region, what are some key lessons learned that the World Bank have learned about how to really support multi-sectoral parenting programs and scale them up?
Sure. No, thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me to be part of this important event. And thank you to all of you for remaining engaged to the end. I'm the last speaker on the last panel, and I'm really happy to see everyone still focused. So thank you. You know, as Nicola mentioned this morning, we're really proud to be the largest funder of ECD services. We have close to $20 billion of financing, or active financing currently, in ECD interventions globally. And in recent years, we've seen increasing demand for parenting interventions by governments, in no doubt in response to this sort of accumulation of evidence of impact that has been covered today, which is really compelling. We actually, similar to UNICEF, we fund more parenting interventions in the Europe and Central Asia region than anywhere else in the world. So this is the sort of our leading region as far as parenting interventions are concerned. However, as much of what we know about how to implement parenting support or early childhood development interventions comes from small-scale interventions. So I think Benjamin spoke this morning about this sort of growth in significant results from RCTs. These RCTs are really compelling and exciting, but they're typically managed by research teams who control a lot of the intervention. And as we've heard today, implementing at scale through government systems is a lot more complex. So I thought I'd quickly share, very quickly, some lessons learned that we've learned from implementing at scale, both globally and regionally. First, scale slowly and, if possible, with evidence of impact. So, as I understood in Croatia, you started small in a specific geographic region and really understood how to implement well before considering scale. And I think that's really important because scaling requires considerable resources, and course correcting once you're at scale is much harder. It's already complicated enough when you're on a small scale. And once you are confident that you have an impactful intervention, it's important that you scale slowly and make sure that the intervention being implemented is actually being implemented as you intended to. So I really liked how in Bulgaria you have this real focus on monitoring. You know, I think too often I've worked with countries where I've gone to see interventions, and as soon as they scale, they become less intense, like session frequency goes down, and governments, unless they have a really strong monitoring system in place, they're not necessarily aware of this sort of dilution, I guess, that can happen when you're scaling. Secondly, and this has been touched on by just about everyone today, consider the needs of different groups, especially vulnerable populations. When you're operating at scale, you're much more likely to be reaching different groups with varying cultural norms and attitudes, community, family resources, and barriers, and so forth. I think it was James that said this morning, or this afternoon, I'm losing time, that sometimes service delivery is delivered in a way that benefits the people delivering the services as opposed to the families. And I think it's really important that we sort of reorientate that and think about what the family's needs are and survey widely before you even begin intervening to see what the families need, what the parents need, what their constraints are, what their perceptions are. You know, I really like the way we started today with listening to the parents first, and I think that's how we should approach interventions as well. And this will enable us to ensure that the interventions that we deliver to different groups are sensitive to their specific constraints and their interests and needs. And thirdly and finally, excuse me, make sure you have adequate financing. It seems obvious, but it's a big one, right? You know, you can start small and scale and sort of implement really well, but if you don't maintain that financing as you scale, your quality will suffer. You know, I think you mentioned that the Ministry of Finance is like the most important ministry, or one of the most important ministries, and I would agree with that. And this goes hand in hand with having really good data on costing, like really understand how much your intervention actually costs. Look at how much financing you have available and make sure that the amount of financing you have available matches your target. And if you don't have enough financing to reach your target, as much as possible, perhaps rethink that target. And I know in many situations that's really hard to do. Often governments have very ambitious targets when it comes to reaching as many beneficiaries as possible. But within the space that you have, try to adjust the number so that you are really financing quality interventions. And I would say it's always better to reach less with more, as opposed to many with a poorly funded intervention.
Thank you so much. I won't even attempt to summarize what you said, because it was a beautiful summary of really key things that we should have in mind when scaling up. But many things came, which were supposed to focus on multi-sectoral collaboration and coordination. That was the task. But as we talked, it was clear that when we talk about multi-sectoral coordination, it is about building momentum for early years. It is bringing together all of those who need to be with us. And many times today, we also repeated key words, and love, understanding, and passion was again among them. And that's not a surprise, because we are human beings. They said that 97% of everything that you've heard today, you will forget, probably tomorrow. Emotions, you will not forget. And I don't consider you audience, you wouldn't stay here until this time. You are also the partners, you are the same fighters who said it was a struggle. People who believe that we have the aims to provide better future to young children and parents, that we know how, that we have solutions, and we've heard so many. Coordination is not only about sectors, it is about policies, agencies, levels of authority. It's about coordination with parents. Don't forget that. We mentioned sectors, but parents are key partners with which we need to coordinate from the design phase onwards. I've heard as well being repeated several times that it is difficult to balance between universal and targeted support as well. And it will continue to be a struggle with the shrinking resources. So we need to use the evidence as well to the best of our abilities to really put in place something that will make the most impact, that will serve as many parents as possible, and that will put the sufficient focus on those who need that support the most. And we've heard a lot of change of paradigm, and I think that comes with passion, with love, and with learning. And this conference was a testimony to that. And I hope that challenges we've heard, that you've heard at least one solution per challenge that we can all apply. I think that moving from projects to systems, from pilots to system implementation is the next step for majority of countries. It is reassuring to hear that understanding that parents need support is, we've always knew it intuitively. We've always knew that young children are so, they are critical, that age is critical to receive support. But we need to build behind us policies that through which we share the common vision, we have the clear steps, we have the financing and monitoring, and these are the steps that we need to take. And it takes years, but the love and passion can conquer it. So with this, I think we can conclude this panel. You have been amazing, more than amazing, and we're all looking forward. Panelists, a big thank you to all.
Thank you very much. Hvala vam svima. You can seats. Shall we speak in English or in Serbia or mix it?
Or mix it. I think the translators will be able to follow.
Yes.
We know that you're anxiously waiting for going to the fair. But before you go to the fair, because Alexandra said 97% you will forget from today's day, we want to turn on the Mentimeter and ask you just one question, that you share your main impression or key takeaway from the day one.
So this will be interesting. We really hope, and we are looking forward to seeing your answers. And while we are waiting for the answers, maybe we can see what Marko has done today. He was drawing all the time, and he had some very interesting perception of what we talked about. So this is how he saw the forming of a support team with a member from Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, local communities, and social welfare. All of them are fighting for the family. So that's very interesting solution that he recognized. Hvala Marku. Thanks.
Thank you, Marko. We will certainly have an opportunity to take a look at Marko's other illustrations from today. I hope you are already providing your responses. Can we show them? We can. Very well. So, what do we highlight? Collaboration is in the middle, and this is the key takeaway. Exhaustion.
Only on the borders,
well,
you know.
it's been only 8 hours since.
Prošlo je tek
very inspiring, remembering number of lessons that we get or discussions that we had from the morning, how much support is important, how important is a mutual learning, support, leveraging what we have. But it seems that to most of you it was really the interesting day.
Yes, with a lot of insights and inspirational. I saw a few times that word. Hopefully it will be inspirational tomorrow as well as it has been today. Please don't forget to bring back your red, green and blue papers, because you will need them for the beginning of tomorrow's conference, when we will have a keynote speaker from LEGO Foundation. He will ask you to participate in his speech. We will also have a lot of other topics.
Yeah, tomorrow we will focus, as you know, on services. We will go through the pyramid that Eva was talking about, and we will hear the wonderful examples from many, or from all of you, but for a number of countries in a different way. And I hope that all the speakers that didn't have a chance to say a few more words today will be here tomorrow, because we expect a much more vivid and more time for the discussions. And tomorrow starts at 9 o'clock, but before you go home, you have to go to the fair, which is in the room number 2 and number 3, and join our colleagues from 7 countries that are presenting additional programs and that are valuable to be seen.
Yes, and a lot of time for mingling and also for networking and meeting some of your colleagues from other countries. So that's all for today, for this room. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
At 9 o'clock.